story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence, it's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I I just wanna be great, yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great, yeah, 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 yeah.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory, yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring, I just want a life that is worth every day exploring,
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great, yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great, yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement, yeah. There's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience, yeah. In this life, I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring, and I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Life's a ride, so let's make it count. Cherish every moment, that's what it's about. Tune in together, we're building our groove. Every beat, every laugh, we're ready to move. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave the troubles behind. This podcast is gold, the treasure you'll find. With every word, we'll light up your day. Join the conversation, let's laugh all the way. A little laughter, some love, we're soaring high. Every single episode reaching for the sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Yo, 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 good morning, meatballs, and all you beautiful people. Thank you for joining us today here at the cafe. I appreciate you all very much, and I hope you're all having a great start to your day. It is great to see you all today. I hope everybody had an amazing night last night, and it's great to be back with you all today. Thank you for joining us, as always. Please share this out, hit the like button on your way in if you would, and let's get this party started. Come on in, everybody. Woo, woo, woo. Great to see you all. Great to see you all. for all of you that are in here this morning. Come on in and grab a seat. Let's see who we got going so far. Miss Cassie, the sassy one, in the house. Moonbreaker in the house. Good to see you, Moonbreaker. Horse is in the house. We got some people out there. Summer Thunder, good morning and welcome back to you. Yeah, I'm ready for it. I won't be out in it too much, that's for sure. Happy Friday, guys. It's great to see you all today. For those of you hard workers out there, hopefully this is the last day of the week for you. Hopefully. Machine show. Let's see. Show. Um, excuse me. Steven's in the house. Welcome back, Steven. Good to see you today. Thank you to the blue crew or the one. Oh, there's two. There's two. SRBBBBB. Welcome back to you and Cassie. That's okay. We don't need many for this show. Stuart Jones, good morning and welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to you all. Whoever you are, wherever you are, I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you guys. Oh, and there is the Mama Bear in the chat. Good to see you, Mama Bear. Hope you're having a great start to your day. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 13 peeps in the house. 10 likes. That looks amazing. You guys rock and roll. Thank you. Let's see. Show. Show. Let's see. Show. Oh my goodness gracious, Miss Tandy's in the house. I don't know how much longer we're gonna have Miss Tandy here because she's about to go back. Her summer vacation's about over. That makes me sad because I love having Miss Tandy around. SRBBB. SRBBB. SRBB. SRBBB. SRBB. BB. Heller. Miss Casser. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to this stupid heat wave that's coming. We're supposed to get. They're trying to melt us again. That's pretty cool, Tandy. Sounds cool. Femininem. Welcome. Good to see ya. Thank you for joining us. Femininem. Two trailer park girls go around the outside. Sorry. Guess who's back? Back again. Femi's back. Tell a friend. MH is in the house. Happy Friday to you. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? That's a pretty neat idea, Tandy. I have to agree. You're such a smart lady. One of our awesome teachers in the house here. 13 items coming today from Amazon. Delivery peeps gonna hate me. Oh boy. Guess who's back? Back again. Bam-a-nam-a-nam-a-nam. I created a monster. I've created quite a few monsters in here. That's a fact. Brandy, thank you for the purple hearts, guys. In memory of Miss Wisdom Speaks, always in our hearts, forever with us. I think that's dumb when they do separate packaging like that, because I've had where I've ordered some of my toys, the action figures that I collect, and they come, like I've ordered them separately in the past and separate times, and they just put it all together in one box and send it, which makes sense to me, rather than sending it separately for each one. That's kind of dumb. Nobody wants to see Dago no more. They want Mama Bear. Damn it, Feminem. Your name got me going. Got Cassie going. You're done. It's in my head now. I can't stop it. Every time I see Feminem pop in here, I think of a different song. That's probably one of my favorite songs from him. I think it was. Yeah, see? It happens. It happens. Lose Yourself. And the Tomboy jumping on in for us and starting already. Yes, I was talking about my action. No, I think Lose Yourself's my favorite song. But that one's probably my second favorite. Lose Yourself's the best one though. Especially when they're talking about mom spaghetti. Love that. Yes. Amanda Smith. Hello and welcome back. Great to see you today. They're action figures. SRB. Oh, no stars needed. I love it. Feminem. Saj. What's up, Saj? How you doing today, Saj? Forget about it. So today, again, guys, typical morning show. Friday morning. Good to wake up with you all. We're going to be looking into, of course, what's going on, if anything, what's new with Jack and Lily Sullivan. I don't know what we'll see with Idaho, if anything, and any other little things going on out there. Some weird and crazy stuff, as always, trying to find some weird stuff going on in our world. Not that that would hard to look, but Houdini is great too. He did so well with that one. Houdini. Like old school Houdini? From like 1980 something. Cassie, how do you know who Houdini is? You're starting to talk about old stuff. Houdini and like Dougie Fresh and Slick Rick. And is that what you're talking about? Dana Dane? Yeah, sorry, you should have told me you were going live last night. I went live the same time, not knowing, because you don't do it every night. If you'd have called me or something, or let me know ahead of time, I'd have probably rescheduled or canceled mine, and I'd have been over there with you with two. Oh, Houdini by Eminem. See, I'm not that up on it. Sorry. I do know that one, though. I know what you're talking about now. Sorry. I'm old. What the hell do you want from me? You should be surprised that I can even know who that is. Or what, who any of this is. I seen it after the fact, Sarge. I was already started up and rolling, and then I seen it. That's what I'm saying. You should have held, like, threw a rock at me earlier in the day or something. Actually, Houdini was a rapper from the early 80s, Cassie. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah, I saw it after the fact, Sarge. I didn't see it until I was already moving. I was already loaded in. I had my show set up and everything. I didn't know you planned on it. You were in here that morning, yesterday morning. You should have said something to me then that you were going to do it last night. Yeah, that's wild, isn't it, Amanda? I'm kind of shocked about that one. A little weird. A little weird. Yeah, we could have. Well, I was covering the Nova Scotia kids. You were, from what I went and saw this morning, it looked like you were messing around in Idaho. So either way, we could have. Harsh is going to do a live with Tommy Jude. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was a little shocked to see that. It's definitely not a pair I would expect to see together. Be nice now, Sarge. Dagburn. Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Yeah, I know that. I've seen that song, Cassie. I wasn't thinking when you first said it. It's a good song. It is. That's the one where he came back out, wasn't it? Kind of like his like Here I Am Again type song thing, I think. Yeah, that was good too. Yeah, I know what it is. See, I'm hip. I'm hip to the style and the what's update, whatever the hell I just said. What's going on with new kind of stuff. I do have a teenager still. I even know who I can't think of his name right now is, but another dude, white guy with crazy braids. I've even listened to some of his stuff, and I can't think of his name. Donaldson, Donaldson. What the hell? Who am I talking about, guys? Come on, Cassie, you're the young one in here. And Labubus, what? Labubus. Tom McDonald. Thank you, SRB. How is she getting these? But I'm not. And how are you getting these, Tandy? Yeah, Tom McDonald. I like him too. Some of he's put out some political shit too. Hell, Sergeant probably even like him. Come on in, guys. 33 peeps, 21 likes. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah, Tom McDonald's pretty good. I'm not a huge rap person, but there's a couple artists that I will listen to because of the way they do it. Eminem and McDonald both. I was never a fan of MGK. My kids likes them, but I mean, that's where you got that wrong. Because rap is not considered music; it's rap. Music is heavy metal is still music. So stop with your nonsense today before I set you in the corner. They've even been able to turn classical violin and orchestras into heavy metal music. So, Rhode Island Housewives in the house today. What's going up in the island? How are you today? Good to see you. You didn't say rap. That's right. You said you're okay. Listen, Linda. Enough is enough. Don't make me dock your pay. Cardi B, Kendrick Lamar, See, I can't. I can't stand Cardi B. You didn't win, Linda. Senior B. Kendrick, I can't. I don't like that kind of stuff. That's the problem. Good morning, Miss Christie. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. No, she's not, Tandy. You don't have to agree with her just because she's a lady like you are. I hope you're having a great morning, Christy. Thank you so much for joining us, dear. I like all kinds of music. That's how you know you're a real music lover. Because you will listen to everything. And I have listened to just about everything. I just can't handle it. I'll tell you one thing that I know I will tell you is definitely not music. Never was, never will be, no matter what you do to it. And then that weirdo Wayne, Lil Wayne or whatever his name is, that nothing like even close to music. Black Label, yes. Zach Wild, hell yes. Hell yes. Mr. Zach Wild, Ozzy's guitarist. Zach is amazing. One of the best guitarists ever to stand on a stage. Not quite as good as Randy Rhoads, but very close. Lil Wayne is whatever. He's a little weirdo is what he is, Cassie. Sorry. That's nothing even remotely close to music. That's some sad stuff. Thank you, Christy. Hey, at least we won't have a headache from the screaming. Jeez. Old people, I swear. Yes, of course. Dagburn, of course. Randy Rhoads is like angelic as how good he was. And Zach is very good. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Zach is very good. But Randy was just phenomenal. Thank you, Miss Christie. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Because you're not listening to the music. All you hear is the screaming vocalist and the yelling. You're not hearing the actual music. Little Wayne. Little weirdo is who he is. We have these awesome conversations in here at Thunder all the time, whether it's food, music, whatever. But see, they won't win with me with music. They know they won't. They know they won't. They can't do it, Captain. You can't do it, Captain. It sure as hell is not all one chord. That's a provable point. I can show you. Cloth Rot, welcome. Good to see you. Zach and Ozzy, yes. Yes, they are. There's multiple chords. Multiple. Yes, guys. Please go check out Miss Christie's channel, which I didn't even know about till yesterday. And I'm so sorry about that, Christy. There's her link. Actually, Christy, drop me that link in the Discord if you would, dear, please, and thank you. She dropped the raw DoorDash video on her channel. Yes, you have to be able to appreciate it all. I even listen, Lindas. All you Lindas, listen. Travis Barker is one of my influences. I love Travis Barker as a drummer. One of my influences for sure. That man can play anything. Anything. And I mean anything from his own music with Blink to Ozzy, Metallica, Slayer, Eminem, Dr. Dre, rap, whatever you, classical, whatever. Yes, guys, please go back and check out Miss Christie's channel. She's lighting it back up again, warming it up, putting some stuff out there. So we definitely need to support that and support her as well, as we do within our community. So please, let's get over there, help her grow that channel and get it moving again. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that, dear. TB is finally getting recognized for how great of a drummer he is. TB. Oh, that I know, and it should have happened a long time ago. Should have happened a long time ago. Kind of upset that Max left Slipknot, or not Max, but the drummer, Alice in Chains. They're still out there, but it's not the same without Lane Staley. It's just not. Their new singer does do well sounding like him, but he's not him, and that's the problem, Dagburn. I just can't. Blink's original stuff is better than the new stuff, in my opinion. I like it way better. Not a fan. Well, I like the band GNR, but I did not, and I still don't. I never will like Axl Rose. I couldn't stand him. He's a whiny bitch, and just ugh. Never liked him. Never liked him. The rest of the band, of course, are amazing. Another great drummer, Steven Adler, the original drummer from Guns N' Roses, was a great drummer. Yeah, you can't replace him. I don't care. You can get close with the vocals, but it's not him. You know what I mean? Lane Staley and Scott Weiland from STP as well. There's some people you just would never be able to replace. I'm sorry. Just Freddie Mercury. They've tried multiple different people as a frontman for Queen, and it's just, you'll never do that. You just can't do it. It's not going to happen. Bradley Knowles is, yeah, I saw that. I'm a huge Sublime fan with the original. I wasn't a big fan with the second guy they had singing. In fact, my last second to last band, Sid Jangles, was a Sublime tribute band. We played nothing but Sublime stuff. I love them. Rick Allen, yes, and another amazing drummer. Very, very creative drummer too. To do the things he did, to be able to create the stuff he did, to be able to play drums with one arm, that was amazing to me. Amazing. You guys are pretty knowledgeable with music. I'm very impressed. Boy, you're snippy, Miss SRB. SRBBB. Mushy show. Show. Feminem, Carter Buford, he's amazing too. that whole band. I love Dave Matthews. Believe it or not, like I said, I listen to everything. Um, and I mean everything. Really, Amanda? No way. Come on. Ew, that's caca. I can't do it. Can't do it, Cotton. Okay. Now the party's gonna start. Hello, Miss Alicia. Hey. Hey, hey. 150. Yeah. Don't be bugging, SRB. Don't be bugging today. Alicia J. Hey, hey. David, the whole, like the Dave Matthews band. Dave's got a great voice. He's an amazing piano player. Carter is an amazing drummer. The whole band is just, they're phenomenal in my opinion. I love it. It's so relaxing. But like I said, I listen to anything from Mozart to Beethoven to Slipknot to Mudvayne to Slayer. All of it. I love it all. Music is an amazing thing, folks. And it just makes you feel the things that music can do to you as a person. It's amazing. StreamYard's good right now, but I think SRB's bugging. SRB's bugging. Mary's bugging. Chopin, yes. Chopin, there you go. Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky's amazing. Another group I'm very, very fond of is I can never think of their name. Why I can't. They do. They're very well known for their Christmas music. And I can't think of it to save my life right now. Who the hell is it? They're so amazing. Franz Liszt. Franz Liszt. Welcome, Meg. Good to see you this morning, dear. I've never heard of Imogene. I've heard of Uriah Heep, Cassie, but not Imogene Heep. Franz Liszt. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Trans-Siberian. Wow. You want to talk about talent, folks. Trans-Siberian Orchestra is absolutely amazing. I love them. Love them, love them, love them, love them. Krish, formerly known as Stego. You like Rome better than his son? You mean Bradley Knowles Sr.? Is that what you mean? Because the original singer from Sublime was Bradley Knowles. From my understanding, the son has come out now and is kind of trying to step into that place. Junior. That's my understanding. So yeah, if that's what you meant, then I can agree with you. But Rome, I can't. I couldn't do Rome. Never did care for him. Salvation Army do Christmas. No, not them, Stuart. Not them. The Trans-Siberian Orchestra is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Some old school stuff too. Talking about that's ELL. Anybody ever listen to ELL? Electric Light Orchestra. Great stuff. You saw them in Dayton. Who? Trans-Siberian? That's an amazing show. Is it or is it not? Amazing. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. 35 peeps in the house today. Thank you for joining us. We're just having a little bit of a music combo here. Yes, ELL is amazing. Very good. Carlos Santana. Another combo there I liked was Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas. I think Rob Thomas got a great voice when he was with Matchbox 20, but when he did that song with Santana, I thought that was really good too. It would be amazing, wouldn't it? They're just awesome. They really are. Justice in the house today. Good to see you, Justice. Yes, the light show is beyond amazing. I agree with you. Invisible? What are you talking about? Are they messing with you, Meg? Tell them how it is. Megals P. Megals. Primus. Anybody like Primus? I'm used to be a Primus fan. I haven't followed anything in a long time, but Les Claypool, Primus, I was a huge fan of theirs for a while. Ministry, of course, Nine Inch Nails. I said yesterday, I was telling you, I got to meet Trent Reznor at Borders Bookstore here in Niles, Ohio. Primus is amazing. Used to be. I haven't followed anything with him. Les Claypool is always going to be Les Claypool. You can't do any better than him, in my opinion. The bass lines and the basses, just in all the songs that they put out, it's just stupid amazing. Jared was a race car driver. When I was Big Brown Beaver. Some great songs, folks. They really are. Tool. Yes, Tool is inherently amazing. I've been able to copy many cover songs on the drums. Many. Pretty much everything I've ever tried. Okay. I cannot cover Sober by Tool. I can't do it. I'm close, but I can't do it because the drummer, he plays in like fourths and 16ths. He doesn't play like a normal drummer does, and you can't copy it. It's crazy. It's amazing though. Papa Roach, I love Papa Roach. I actually put digital phone service into his parents' home and internet. We will make that happen, Miss Christie. We will make it happen. You guys are going to have to join us in here one night for one of our music streams coming up. Maybe this weekend, guys. We have a good time with it. Usually, my son joins me. And it's always a good time. We throw out a little bit of everything, starting from, I usually start this night up every time because it's my mother's favorite song and one of my favorites, September by Earth, Wind, and Fire. And we go all the way around the world with it, what we play, folks. So jump on in and join us one night, if you will. Who are you referring to, Rhode Island? Bradley or my son? That's how it works. That's what my grandmother used to say. You're bored. I got plenty of stuff for you to clean. That's funny. Thank you, SRBBBBBB. I'm gonna write a song called SRB. SRBBB. Yes, we're gonna do it because I can do that now. Shane is his name. He played with Foo Fighters and his dad's tribute show. It was awesome. Shane. Okay. I met Dave. Dave is from the town that I'm from. Grew up, he was born there, and we have a Dave Grohl alley named after him. He comes back every year to play for a festival we have. I got to sit behind the drum set that he played on. My band got to play before he played by himself. He didn't come with the Fighters, but he just did an acoustic set one night at the one festival, and my band played before them, and then another band and my buddies played after them. So David's so down to earth, you would have no idea that he's a rock star per se. Dave Grohl is a really, really, really cool dude. And to be honest with you, I was a Nirvana fan, but I think he's better and way more talented within the Foo Fighters than he ever was with Nirvana. Supernatural. There you go. We'd like to see a live with all the OGs of Idaho 4. You mean like creators, Justice? Who are the OGs? Who do you guys think are the OGs? I've seen them 6 times live, Meg. That's probably a ridiculously amazing. The best one I ever saw was the Injustice 1 concert. It was, I think Guns N' Roses opened up for him. And it was back in 89, I think. But one of the best concerts I've ever seen in my life. Best album they ever put out was Injustice for All, in my opinion. So, yes, Metallica is probably one of my favorite groups. For sure. Although, and it's weird because I used to look at Lars Ulrich as a influence as a drummer. And to be honest with you, I can't stand him now. I can't stand him. I do not like him at all. I was showing these yesterday. I got a whole bunch of these stickers I've had forever, folks. Bunches and bunches of them. Bunches and bunches and crunches and crunches. You were surprised that I would listen to Gorillaz, Cassie? I don't know why. I like all sorts of Alien Ant Farm. I like them too. Avenged Sevenfold. Yep. They put out, the one album was amazing. We get a bunch of them where I'm at in Cleveland all the time. Akron. Foo Fighters. Yep. Yeah, who do you consider to be the OGs there, Justice? And maybe I can. It's up to you. Up to you guys. Foo Fighters are amazing, yes. Way better. Dave Grohl's way better with the Fighters than he ever was with Nirvana, in my opinion. I truly, I know he was younger with Nirvana than he is now, and than he was when he started them, but come on in, guys. We're about to get started. You got me talking about music, and I can't get away from it. I don't know if anybody's familiar with another group. I think they're out of Norway or Sweden. They're called Volbeat. Anybody ever heard of Volbeat? They're somewhat newer. A couple past, I don't know, well, maybe the past 10 years. Hollywood Undead. Hey, there you go. I don't see too many people talking about the Hollywood Undead. Yeah, Volbeat. Lola Montez. When that song first came out, I was like, wow. I didn't know you liked Hollywood Undead, Alicia. Really? That's awesome. Volbeat is very talented. So who do you think, Justice, you would think would be, who would you like to see together on panel for that? And I might, like I said, I might be able to put it together. And this chat is way hipper than I thought we. Really? Scott doesn't like Metallica. That's okay. I mean, Scott, I think right now we both agreed that our favorite bands are Slipknot and Slayer together. Dago and Jules and Harsh and Gunner. There you go. As far as the Idaho 4, Dagburn, well, I appreciate you throwing me in there. Death Cab, yes. Slipknot's probably my number one. Slayer used to be, but you don't like Dave Matthews? Oh, no, Meg, come on. No to one of those. I respect any creator because of the work they put in, truly, and what they do. You know, the time they spend. I may not always agree with them, but it would be, I think, interesting to get a bunch of us together and have us discuss it. I know, Tandy. No Slipknot for you. They're actually really talented, though. The way that they play their music, and I'm just irritated. When Joey left as the drummer, that was sad, and then he passed, and then Mr. Weinberg left too, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Well, thank you, Dagburn. I appreciate that so very much, dear. Very much. Bridget. Is there a Bridget in here that I didn't see? Did I miss her? When did we get ice cream? Was I sleeping? Where'd you? I don't see Bridget. Oh, there she is. Hoping I get some pep. Well, I hope you do too. I would bring guilters up here. I've never said I wouldn't. I don't know how they're gonna if they do it, and you know they're gonna get mean. Fleet token. There's Miss Bridget. I see you, dear. I hope you feel better. Constitutional burgers. Yeah, sending good vibes to you, Miss Bridget. Hopefully you feel better soon, dear. If we could take the screaming actually, Tandy, the lead singer from Slipknot has another band that he did that you would never believe it was the same person. Corey Taylor is also the lead singer of oh my god. Come on, Cassie. Somebody help me here. Where's Scott? He would know. I know the name of the band because I'm looking through the glass. And the dude sings very melodically through the whole thing. Most of the songs on the album, so it's the same. So he's very talented. It's just what he's choosing to do with it. You know what I mean? And you got to listen to it. Oh, Stone Sour. Thank you, Dagburn. There we go. That's the other band that he has out. And there's another. I think it's the first album they put out. Get Inside on that album blows my mind. I love it. But yeah, he can sing through very, very melodically through the whole album, and he's just very talented. Moonlit Baby's in the house. So who do we got here? Justice is saying Dago Lana, Willie Sarge, Jesse, Eddie, Harsh, and Jules. That would be an interesting panel, wouldn't it? I could probably put most of that together. I don't know, maybe. It's hard to get time with Lana and Jules. Harsh, you have to schedule out some time, but Jesse, Sarge, Willie, I could probably get them. Joey Jorgensen, thank you, Moonlit. There you go. There you go. 30 Seconds to Mars. See, you guys got good taste. Well, Jules used to all the time come over here, but I'd like to have Twiz and Annie as well. Yes, Stone Sour and Corn. Mark Schumann, welcome, brother. Good to see you today. Kill Switch Engage. Wow, I haven't heard that name in a long time. Clifton, welcome, my friend. Good to see you today. Birdie and JJ Vance, the non-president. That's interesting. Jen Bree. All right, y'all. Let's see what we got going here. Yeah, Clifton, that's not going to happen for sure. Let's see. Show. Give me a minute here. Get this set up and get us moving. Why, thank you, Miss Christie. Oh, yeah, we were talking about them first. That's what started the conversation, Moonlit. Mr. Zach Wild himself. That would be an interesting panel for sure, Meg. I'd be part of it. Would have no problem with it. And Kane, yeah. Social distortion, I do. Suicidal tendencies, social distortion. You guys are talking all sorts of good stuff today. All right, we're going to start with this here. We're going to be, like I said, back on any updates we can find on Jack and Lily first. And they did another, CBC put out a little thing about why the supervisor for the SAR team stated that she thinks that those kids are in the woods. Those were her thoughts. If you guys saw that one interview, well, they did something else with this here. So let's see what they're saying here, guys, and let's get this show moving. Because if we keep talking about music, I'll sit in here all day and we won't do anything because I love it. Into the Alberts. You never know, Clifton. You never know. What'd you say, Miss Tandy? A lot of people do, Christy. I think so too, especially at this point. Erosion of conformity. Oh my God! I remember I saw an old, what was it? Corrosion of conformity in Exodus and Metal Church, way back in the day. Interesting concert for sure. Amen to that one, Amanda. I hope so. And I hope that in the end this comes out that they're okay. All right, guys, let's check this out real quick.
From everything I've seen, yes. We got the first call shortly after 11 on Friday morning on the 2nd that there was 2 children lost up here in Lansdowne, and we just deployed the team and got here as fast as we could.
And when you got that first
That's
call,
awesome, Moonlit.
did anything stand out about that first call? Was unique or unusual? Or?
It's not common to have 2 lost subjects in that kind of scenario. So with kids like that, it's not common to have the 2. It's not uncommon, so a pair of hikers is overdue or something like that. But with kids, it is a little uncommon to have 2 gone missing.
Have you found anything?
The only thing
You're
that we
okay,
had
Meg.
was the boot prints that everybody, and we still cannot 100% say that they belong to the children, but that was pretty much the only thing that we had.
You think they're in the woods?
I have not been told anything to lead me to any other conclusion at this point.
Why can't you find them?
They're small, they'd be hiding. They would have crawled underneath something probably when they got tired. They could have gone further than what we searched. There's all kinds.
Now, the only thing that I can agree with on this, but I still struggle because of how little they are, is that they went outside the search grid area, because that has happened, okay? But I have doubts.
Kinds of scenarios, unfortunately. So we're on Lansdowne Road. It was in one of the areas that was searched extensively, as you can tell from like the flagging tape in the woods. So when teams are tasked, they get a bearing or a waypoint or both for where they're to start. So they come down into the woods and they'll tie a ribbon so they know where their start point is. And then they start on their compass bearing into the woods. As you can see another flag. So this is where they were going straight into the woods. So they're following their bearing, putting their flag line down and searching at the same time, coming up through all of this stuff.
How much of this is down because of Fiona?
A lot of this is down because of Fiona, and some of it could have come down after the fact, but the vast majority of it was probably from Fiona. So grid searching comes in different types. So we have type 1, type 2, and type 3. A type 1 is fairly open. So if we're looking more for signs of travel or say larger objects, so if we know they have a backpack or something like that, we can space people out, 10, 20 meters apart. And especially if we think somebody's going to be responsive, so they're going to talk to us when they're calling to us, we'll do open. We were doing closed grid or type 2, so teams were very close together because we were expecting children to be hiding. A lot of children that age range will hide. So if we're 20 meters apart in some of these woods, you can't see 2 feet away from you. Like there would be places where teams would be almost able to touch their fingertips together and they couldn't actually see each other through the bushes. It's that thick in places.
So how does this compare to what your teams have been dealing with?
This is actually fairly mild compared to some of the areas.
Mild. It looks like such a mess.
It does look like a mess, and you got the thorn bushes and the deadfalls, but there's places that are actually a lot worse, but there are places that are a little bit better as well.
But what would be worse?
A lot more deadfall. You can get places where it's just deadfall on top of deadfall on top of deadfall, and you literally have to crawl underneath of it or climb over top of it.
You were also saying, though, to the general public, don't come help us. Why did you say that?
We don't want the general public in the area because we use a lot of very specialized assets like canines that are looking for the freshest human scent they can find. So if we have somebody from the public go through an area and we don't know, but we were deliberately waiting to send a canine into that area, that canine could get on the track from that person, and then we've just wasted that resource because
Welcome,
once
Scott.
that dog's probably done its track, they're probably exhausted and can't go out and do
Thank you,
anything else.
Christy.
And same as drones, if we're flying a drone over the area and we get a heat signature from somebody in an area and we can't identify who or what it is, then we have to send GSAR resources in or police resources to confirm who that is. And in the same breath, a lot of it comes down to training. So our people are trained to look for the little things, the footprints, the pieces of clothing that are discarded, the broken branches, the spots where somebody might have crawled in underneath something and had a nap or something like that. So they're very clue sensitive is what we call it. They're clue finders. So we're not just looking for the 2 children. We're looking for all the evidence of them going through the area, which is a big part of what we do. So when the boot print was found, we told the team just to send us the coordinates. We got a picture. Yeah, it looks like a children's rubber boot print, which is what we were looking for. Conversed with the incident commander. Yeah, we're going to send. We sent an RCMP K9 in first. Then we sent human tracking teams, so like man trackers. So we have some members that have been trained to do tracking themselves. We sent them in and we did some grid searching in the area to see, just to follow up. And then the RCMP forensics unit went in and did actually a cast of the boot print. We did investigate a few wells and mine shafts. The teams came across them in the woods, so they would look in them as best they could. There was one mine shaft we actually ended up flying a drone into to see if there was any sign of anything going in there because it wasn't safe to send people in. And there was no sign of any disturbance or anything inside the mine shaft. So I know they're still doing investigation. Anytime a tip comes in, they follow right up on it. So.
Do you feel it's been searched as well as it can be searched?
What has been searched very well, very extensive. With over 12,000 hours put in on the search. It's pretty much unheard of in this province. All searches are hard unless we have a good ending, obviously, but some hit closer to home than others do. There was members that couldn't bring themselves to call the names, but other people on the team were, so it wasn't impeding the search effort, but because of personal reasons, they couldn't actually physically call for the names themselves.
They just couldn't say the words.
They couldn't get it out, no, for whatever reason they had. And there was people coming to the end of it that, whether it was physically, they were just exhausted, or mentally exhausted, that couldn't return to the search area as well. So we saw a little bit lower numbers on some of the revisit searches that we did with some of the teams.
For that first weekend search, after, you know, the searches scaled back on May 7th,
yeah,
what were you told when you got that call? Like, why were you going back?
It was actually a conversation. I was meeting with Major Crimes on a regular basis, going through the paperwork from the search and showing them what was covered and what wasn't covered. And it was actually a conversation had between us that, yeah, there's some areas that we would like to go in and get covered off, either better or new areas that we said, well, there's a possibility, so we want to just go search those areas as well. So it's not uncommon for us to go back to a search if we haven't found something.
What prompted then the second weekend search?
Basically the same thing, just more areas that we really wanted to see get covered and just expand out on what we had done.
So just to be clear, it was not as a result of the new information?
It was not, no.
I think it gave some people in the public hope.
Yes.
You know, like, oh, maybe they found something there in that area they're looking. Yeah. It wasn't that.
It was not.
Mm.
So it was just that we wanted to extend out our search area and cover off areas. Most of these people, they're all volunteers. They just want to find the kids and bring them home. So they're more than willing to keep coming back and keep searching. Unfortunately, at this point, unless something comes up, we're probably not going to be back. But that being said, somebody could find something that brings us back. Children just bring out the best in people when we're in a situation like this. Everybody just wants to come and do everything they can.
All right. Hang on a minute. This has also been put out by CBC News a few hours back.
County, the RCMP have received more than 500 tips from the public, but despite those and extensive searches, the children have not been found. The province is now offering up to $150,000 for information in the case of the two missing children. Police are asking anyone with information to call a number that they've set up to receive tips. For more on what this means for people in Pictou County, we're joined by Robert Parker. He's the warden there. And Robert, this cash reward that's being offered for information, what impact do you think that's going to have on getting tips in?
It could have significant impact. Obviously, if things have gone awry here, which it appears they have, and if there is criminal involvement, that's quite a bit of money. And so maybe somebody's lips will loosen a little. We hope so, because this does not deserve to be handled in the way it's being handled.
It has been weeks now since these two little kids disappeared. How's the community doing?
Frustrated, I would put at the top of the list, and sort of on edge. Everybody wants to find out what happened, I guess is what I'm hearing most people say, and they're frustrated by not getting some answers, and not blaming anyone, but clearly frustrated and almost afraid to hear the news. They're almost afraid to turn the news on in case it's what.
Also, for those of you that were confused or curious, because there's all these new names popping out in this case, Logan is Daniel's cousin. She spoke out earlier on in the case. She was part of the disagreement that happened at the end of Daniel's driveway between the two families. There's an understanding that I received recently that she's looking into getting custody of Meadow. If CSB has, I don't know what's going on at this point, but or she may have, that I've heard that she's applied for it, maybe, I guess, I don't know, but that is that girl that spoke out earlier on in the case. That's Logan's cousin, or I'm sorry, Daniel's cousin. My apologies.
They don't want to hear, although I think most people are prepared maybe now for that.
Yeah, no, it's been a long, long time. So when you have a case like this that drags on for a long time, you know, I'm sure, I think you and I talked about this weeks ago, lots of rumors in the community, and those rumors can be pretty corrosive. And so how's the community dealing with that, about, you know, about the rumors about what may have happened?
I think most people would rather not have the rumors out there, to wait and let the RCMP do their job, and you know, then deal with whatever comes out of that investigation. But unfortunately, we can't control people's emotions and people's thoughts, and it's one thing to talk about it in private, what you or somebody else thinks might have happened, but not to put it on public. And I've even been told that some people are making money off of this, which is a real tragedy too, by leaning on the story of little Jack and little Lily to pick up an audience that then advertisers will pay them for.
You know, while you were talking, giving that last answer, we were seeing some pictures of the search, and we saw a drone and, you know, police officers, search and rescue officials. A lot of time and effort and person power has been spent on searching, especially the woodsy area near the house. And as far as I know, virtually nothing has turned up. Like, you know, you must, you know, the area well. Like, do you think there's a possibility that these kids wandered in those woods, or do you figure they must be somewhere else?
Well, there's always a possibility, and the RCMP seem pretty well stuck on the fact that they're in that woods, and if we keep looking, we'll find them. And I hope maybe they're right, but the woods is terribly rough terrain there. After Hurricane or Tropical Storm Fiona went through, everything is crisscrossed in there, and there is a chance that little ones could crawl in under a big spruce tree root and be well hidden from anybody that walked by. So there's always a chance, but an awful lot of people have gone through there looking, and professional searchers, and haven't found anything. So I think the general public is thinking that there's something different here than lost in the woods.
Yeah, it must be so frustrating for people there. When you heard the news out of Quebec, now we're talking 3 to 4 days as opposed to 6 or 7 weeks, but of the 3-year-old who was found alive and well in Eastern Ontario, what'd you make of that story?
I think it raised people's hopes around here, but they are very different situations for sure. But there was sort of a peak in hope, and there still is hope. There's always hope until we find out otherwise. But I think the only hope left for our little ones is if somebody did abduct them, and hopefully somebody who was doing that for a loving cause and not otherwise, that perhaps they could still be safe somewhere maybe far away from here. I think that's in the back of a lot of people's minds, is not maybe the most likely possibility, but still a possibility, and people are hanging on that. When they saw little Claire, I think that raised those hopes a bit, to know that something positive can happen. Again, very different circumstances, but we never lose hope until it's over.
Absolutely. Well said, Robert. Thank you very much for speaking with us.
Right now, last night I came in and did and it was about Jack and Lily Sullivan. I haven't done like a focused show on them yet until last night, and there's reasons, because a lot of this stuff is stuck in my head and it's driving me nuts. This case has bugged me from the beginning, which is why I took it, of course, and started talking about it. And we had watched yesterday and last night. Another channel out there ran, hang on a minute here. Ran a video the night before, I should say, I'm sorry, about this. And they've been on this from the beginning, A Criming Shame. For those of you that aren't familiar, I'll give you the link here. From the moment that they've gone missing, these two ladies have done an amazing job at putting information out talking about him, keeping it going nonstop. You know what I mean? And whoa, hold on here. Why that just happened, I have no idea, but that was crazy. That's definitely not a link. Okay, sorry, I'll fix it. What the hell was that? Anyway, so they have been doing a great job of that, in my opinion. And they've had a lot of people call in. Belinda called in. Daniel was texting with them at some point. And somebody by the name of Durwood contacted them twice. Last night we listened to what he had to say last night, or the day before. And we reviewed it again, and he said some, in my opinion, some very interesting stuff that, for whatever reason, I cannot stop thinking about what he said. Okay, and it made some sense to me. It makes this case make sense to me that normally it didn't before that. Okay, so let's see here. It's been stuck in my head after hearing what the man had to say. It really truly made a lot of what's going on in the case make some crazy sense. So the way he described it was that Malaya was going to leave Daniel. She wasn't happy. Maybe they had been having some hard times, whatever, financially, whatever. Okay. And I think people were in her ear, maybe her mother for sure, Cindy, and maybe some other family members, because the way he explained it was that because they were having rough times, she was complaining to family and maybe exaggerating certain situations and the way things were going. Welcome, Miss Heather, Lucy. Great to see you. T2014, great to have you here today as well. All of you guys, thank you so much for joining us. So, and that's how he explained, is that she wasn't happy. Like I said, guys, postpartum depression is a real thing. I do believe she may have that. She lives out in the middle of nowhere, and her whole life consists of 3 little kids. That's what she does. There's nothing else. She has nobody else around her, nobody else to interact with, so on and so forth. That's rough, period. Okay. And at some point, you're just going to be unhappy with yourself and the situation and what's going on. I feel like that could be what it is. If Daniel's working 5 days a week, she's not seeing anybody but Jack, Lily, and Meadow. It's just, yeah. And you're already, postpartum already makes you feel like you're alone and isolated in life. Add the fact that you're actually truly isolated in a very, very, very remote location is crazy. Okay. It truly is. So take that into account. The fact that they've been disagreeing, arguing, maybe not doing so great. She makes some statements to her family, and maybe she over exaggerates it. Maybe she doesn't. We don't know, but that's what Mr. Durwood had stated. And people take that into effect, her and her family, and or her mother, who is very, very, very overpowering and very manipulative, that from what we've learned. And like a very in control person. Her mother seems to be that she needs to be in control of a situation. Okay, so maybe she's been chirping in her ear, you need to get away from there, you're not happy, blah 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 blah. And they seem to. Now this is all absolutely alleged, purely speculative theory right now, but it's based off of factual pieces of information that we have, and it does in some senses make sense to me. So they take it into their own hands to look into things and start setting up a situation for her to get out of there. She goes along with it, obviously. Malaya is a follower per se. She's not a very strong leader type person. Okay. And what's believed, this gentleman said, to have happened is that there was a group, some of the family members, by the way, the gentleman is family to her. He's her second cousin. He said he went to a home, threw out some names, some things went down, and he's been following this for a little while. And he come up with this idea that a car pulled up and that Malaya walked the kids out early. We do know she was up around 6:30 a.m. to call them from school. Dressed them, took them out, put them in a car, and off they go. Well, what she wasn't expecting was that Daniel's mother, Janie, was home. And Janie catches her in this, per se, not the act of doing it, but maybe directly right after. And Daniel, I guess at some point, comes out too and finds her at the edge of the road, side of the road, whatever he called it. And I guess at some point Janie said, "What did you do?" No answer. So she goes into panic mode because now this happens, whatever. And she starts playing into this whole thing. The kids are missing, blah, blah, blah. Calls RCMP. They show up immediately. There was no delay on this one. It was quick because they were dealing with another situation, I believe, that was pretty local to them, of a missing kayaker. So they were like, boom, boom, boom. They were there. So she didn't have any time to like think through the situation. Again, this is how this gentleman explains this. And just plays this whole thing out, gets scared now because she's involved in the middle of this lie, okay? And her point was that she was going to put those kids in the car, get them going, go back in, get the baby together, the things she needs, and maybe another vehicle was going to pick her up or something, or come back to get her, okay? That way it was easier on her, and then trying to lug 3 kids out and go. Welcome, Ginger. But she was caught kind of in it and kind of had to evolve the situation and make something work for what she's doing. Well, then RCMP shows up. There's no other way to get out of this. Now she has to go along with it, okay? And Daniel is clueless to this because he says that he wakes up and she's laying next to him. Well, interesting, okay? So I believe that this is family. If this is true, I believe it's family that did it, unless it's very close friends or something. And I hope, in hopes of that, then that means that the kids are okay. If this is all true, by the way, folks, this is all purely alleged and speculative theory. So what was I going to say now? I lost my complete train of thought. Sorry, guys. So I don't know. If, like I said, this is all true, it does make this make sense. And it's very hard not to believe what the guy's saying to me because of certain things he knows. And the fact that if he's claiming that he's a cousin in the family, he's an older gentleman, 65 years old, he claimed, and he sounds like he is. It would be real easy to say he's not related to us. We don't know who this guy is if it wasn't true. So that's just common sense stuff. That's one thing. And he does have a lot of details, and he does fit things together in a way that makes sense. He refuses to go to the RCMP because he says that if he does that they're going to pull this, if he threw a name out there, because he has a name or two of who he believes could be responsible for removing the children, transporting them, taking them somewhere else. He's worried that they're going to go to this person, start their investigation, question this person, who in turn is going to tip off somebody else. They're going to move the kids and or do something more dramatic. Okay. Understood. So, welcome, Katie. Good to see you. I understand. I get it. But at the same point, these are professional law enforcement officials, okay? They're definitely professionals. So they're not going to do something that's going to possibly put the kids in danger, in my opinion. I think they would get, if you give them that information and they suspect that you're correct, I think they will surround the situation in a way that would protect the kids, per se, if they're out there, okay? That's just my opinion. So it's interesting, and it does make this make sense. It does. I'll just say that. I don't know. There was text messages put out, I guess, between Belinda and Malaya yesterday as well, that Malaya said, somebody, I think it was Belinda that asked her, I think, don't quote me, but it was asked, Malaya, can I ask you why did you stop visiting with the kids? I just thought you needed time to convince Daniel he had nothing to worry about. I remember you said that he thought you were only coming because you wanted to see Cody, but I don't understand because we invited him too. And she responds back and says, he never wanted me to go, and I never knew why. He was controlling. That's the statement that was made in this text message. So, okay. And I get that some guys are jealous of previous relationships. Maybe, you know, insecure about that situation, but so be it. That's the understanding, is that Malaya used to go visit with Belinda, the biological grandmother, on a regular basis until her and Daniel got together, and then it stopped. So I can understand. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I get it. If that's true, he could be uncomfortable with that situation and doesn't want her over there because of the biological father being there. It happens, guys. It happens. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it does happen. You could be the nicest person in the world and still be insecure and jealous. It happens. So why would the search still be going, Dago, if it was family and friends that had him? That's a good point, Meg. That's a very good point. That would be easy for proof of life, though. Here's my thing. I know there's people that think that this Durwood guy is probably full of shit. I'm sure there are. And like I said yesterday, I'm 50-50 with this, because he's seemingly basically kind of inserted himself. But I thought about it yesterday, which is why I did the show last night. And why would he do this? What does he have to gain from this? He's an older gentleman. So, why would he do this? Well, the way he spoke, it sounded like, he's worried about the kids, this and that. And he does. Older people have different outlooks on things than some of what we may, So, like I said, I think I'm 50-50 on it. Do I believe in what he's saying? It's hard to not to with some of it. But the fact that he inserted himself is a little questionable to me. I'll say that too. So I don't know what to think with it. You know what I mean? It could absolutely be 100% real and absolutely 100% what the deal is. And it could absolutely also be 100% a bunch of bullshit. Just saying. He sounds sincere when he's talking about the kids. He gets upset when certain things get brought up about the kids. But I don't know the guy, so I can't read. I'm not looking at his face when he's talking to me. It's hard to read him, So I don't know what to think for sure. Now, my hope is, and he says, he makes a couple statements that he believed. Hold on a minute. So he makes a comment, a couple different weird comments that are a little off-putting, and he says that he's had death threats, so on and so forth. Okay. And he also says that he believes he's being followed by a PI, some blonde woman that's out taking pictures of him, so on and so forth. He says he's interacted with, I think it was one of the guys from the Major Case Unit, Jordan, where the guy's saying he wants whatever info he has. And then this guy asks Jordan for any info he has, and the guy won't give it to him. That's understood. They don't deserve that. That's, you know what I mean? They're the investigators, not you. But he won't give it up to him. So it's a little strange how some of that's playing out. I'll say that much. Scott says he knew he'd be judged by the public, so he's doing everything he can to show otherwise. You mean Daniel, bud? And this guy, if you think about it, yeah, this guy is on Daniel's side, even though he's Malaya's second cousin. He says he's been supporting Daniel quite a bit. Okay, Jen, and welcome, by the way. I didn't see you pop in here. So, like I said, I'm kind of torn with this one, guys. This gentleman's son works with Daniel as well. Says he knows him fairly well. He knows Malaya fairly well because that's his cousin. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. I was told last night, give me a second. I'm trying to find something as we speak. So hold on, guys. Bear with me. The gentleman that gave us, by the way, that information that to Kent Corbett, he's not in here today right now, but he joined last night to that channel as well and was discussing what his thoughts were over it. Crime and Shame. Like I said, they've been running this stuff all from the beginning. There's Miss Kiki Swamp Rose in the house. Welcome. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well today, and good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining us, Kiki. So I'm trying to find this one thing, guys. Just bear with me. I'm almost there. I think I got it now. And I'm going to see what we got. That's what I'm doing right now, Kiki. Was there something you wanted to add to this, or were you just wanting to hear about it? Bear with me, guys. I'm getting there. I'm trying to set this at a specific thing to see what we got today. Actually, yes, you wanted to add something, Kiki? You're welcome to join me. You know that. 100%. Anytime my door's open to you, dear. Hang on here. If that's the case, come on up. Join me, please. I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. There's a link for you right there, ma'am, if you would like to. Feel free. Anytime, every time, all the time. You're always welcome here. Come on up. Absolutely. Please do. I actually would like to get your thoughts on this too. We've all talked about it for a couple of days, pretty hard and heavy. So come on up here. Sarge, you're welcome too. Well, I just didn't think you'd want to because it's not really your forte, but come on up. You're welcome to as well. But there's a link in the chat right there. Grab it. Let's do this. Come on up here. Because I do. This has been bugging me from the beginning, of course, but really most recently, the past couple of days, it's bugging me a lot. Okay. I'm very passionate about missing kids cases, and they drive me nuts. So I didn't know you were still in here, Sarge. Welcome to join us. I know you put in a little bit of input verbally on this, Sarge. So come on up. If you need to. Miss Kiki, as always, let's hear what you got to say, ma'am. I'm very interested on your thoughts on this case for sure. All together. Boom, boom, boom.
Hi.
Welcome,
How's it going?
It is going. Welcome back. Great to have you back today. And Sarge, thank you for joining us as well, sir.
Oh, hey, Sarge. We came up at
Hey.
the exact same time.
Hey, Swamper, what's going on?
Appreciate you both joining me on this. I didn't think you'd really be interested in jumping up here for this, Sarge.
Well,
but
it
glad you
reminds
are.
me, it's like the Sebastian Rogers case. The kids just vanish into thin air. It's
Wow.
horrifying.
It is. Definitely. I have some ideals. I'm really actually excited to hear what Kiki has to say about this because I don't get to talk to many other creators about what their thoughts are on stuff like this. So welcome to both of you. Thank you for joining us. And we'll lean into this other side of this here once we talk a little bit with you guys. So what do you think so far on this, Kiki? What are your thoughts, if I can ask?
Well, the first thing I'm going to say is I'm coming into this case. I'm coming into this case at surface level. I'm not like really researching it. just following it. So I want to make sure I'm distinguishing that before I give my following input. Now, I follow one specific creator who has actually brought this to my attention, because I otherwise maybe wouldn't have followed this case. And I'll just give credit to them. It's a channel called Evil Exists. And they did some work on Brian Koberger early on. So that's how I know about them. So
I've been actually running everything they put out too. Evil Exists. I've been running everything they put out on it too. So I know where you're at with that.
Oh, I'm glad you appreciate them too, because they deliver things well, and they also do it quickly, and they get to the point. They no fluff, and so I recommend them for many cases. But I saw a video this morning that came through my feed, and a couple of days in a row now I've been clicking on these, especially when the paternal grandmother came out, and I think you played the whole interview yesterday. That really brought my attention. So today a new video came out, and it was regarding the stepfather, or I don't know if he's by marriage stepfather, but the male role model that the children were living with at the time. Okay, so this is where I would love the input of the live chat, you and Sarge, on this. So apparently there's a YouTube page which many people have connected to this man that was living with the children, with Jack and Lily, when they went missing. Okay, Meadows' father.
Daniel Martell, yes.
Daniel, yes. So we don't know if it's someone imitating him or if it is him. And that's why I would say a lot of people have started studying the videos now. It's kind of like he does a lot of stuff on Pokemon stuff. They're trying to figure out, but I'm thinking somebody should just reach out to this guy and be like, can you provide us evidence that you are him? Anyway, this channel came out into a live stream the other day and was making these comments. Are you guys aware of this? Have you heard about this?
I have not.
I heard that he entered into a channel. I can't remember exactly which one. SRB might know to remind me, he was handed a wrench as a moderator, my understanding, and was in the chat. I don't know that of any comments he made, so that's all I know.
Well, the comments were very, very they're so outrageous. It makes me question whether they're real or not. So, gotcha. But if they are real, I mean, I guess I would pose to you, when was the last time we heard the mother of the children who has custody of Meadow? When was the last time we actually heard or saw her?
The day that she gave the initial interview. That was very weird. Okay. And then I'm looking right now at a text message through the other channel that I've been following as well, Crime and Shame, that was between her and Belinda, the paternal grandmother, supposedly. See, this is the problem. And you're right, Kiki. People can be anybody they want to be. Okay. Right. They can go create accounts. They can set things up. They can come out and say, I'm Santa Claus for all it, and
I'm Sergeant Friday.
Right. We want to believe that this is this person or not believe it. Either way, it goes either way. So I can't imagine that watching the interviews that I've seen, say I'd have to look at the messages and the statements you're talking about that he put out to try to differentiate if that's what I believe would be him based on the interviews he's done or what he's saying here now. So it could be, it could not be. I agree with you. And that's kind of scary, because what I was referring to just a few minutes ago is this Durwood gentleman that contacted Crime and Shame and Dolly's channel, Dolly first and then her channel. And I question not to be rude or nasty or anything like this, but anybody that would contact Dolly's channel for something like this kind of bugged me. But my understanding would have been, it's an older gentleman, he's almost 70 years old, and he probably probably somebody told him, go to YouTube and do what you're going to do that way. Maybe he just saw Dolly's channel because it's got all the bright lights and everything, and that's the first one he chose. That's my understanding and reasoning for this. And then he goes to this channel, which is a little bit more relatable to him and what he's doing, per se. So I don't know for sure. Then he goes to another channel yesterday that they pointed out to me. I was kind of surprised about that one too. So he's kind of doing a little bit of a tour. That bothers me a little bit. Okay. So that's my best guess on that so far.
Well, I mean, it makes me want to pause then with more speculation on what was said, because it is so incriminating. But basically, it was suggesting that she was purposely staying away from. She's hiding, essentially.
And that's what's been stated with this other gentleman as well. I don't know if you were listening when I kind of told the story of what the gentleman said. Did you hear that at all?
I didn't hear that, but I think anybody without receipts just needs to be ignored and not give them any airtime or any coverage.
Well, this other guy says he's Malaya's second cousin.
Well,
Like I said, he's an older guy. He tells this whole story. He does know some things that line up, but so do we. And he says that this whole rigmarole about how things weren't going great, so on and so forth. And basically, in a nutshell, that she's trying to leave Daniel, and she was handing the kids off to somebody first to make it easier on herself, and then kind of got caught by Daniel's mother in a situation, and goes from there. I mean, so that, and it's kind of like, I want to believe.
Well, that makes no sense, Dago. If she was trying to get away from him, she's accomplished that. Okay, and so you're going to allow you're going to allow this narrative. These kids are gone, and all these rescuers to go forward, and meanwhile, this guy's got. I'm just saying, these people that come in that can't verify with receipts what they're saying all need to be shamed in a sense, and until the receipts can be proven. Well, it's terrible. These are missing kids. This is no joke.
My question when I heard him was, okay, she got away, like you just said. Why are you still going with this? Why have you not went to police and said, hey, listen, this was me, so on and so forth, okay? And the way he explained it was that she's scared and she's hiding now, and this, and that's hard for me to believe, okay?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. And why are, like another person said, why are they still having searches? I can't believe that law enforcement has not caught on to this after 6.5 weeks that this is true either. That's my other thing. So go ahead, Kiki. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm talking over what something you want to say.
No, I just feel like you guys are echoing my sentiments. At the end of this video, some of the things, I think it doesn't answer the question, but it gives kind of it gives kind of context to it. My understanding, and again, just coming in on this case, just following it on surface level, is the police called off search within 2 days. And we don't know why. And they said it was because children couldn't survive in the environment. But you or I know, if we had a 7 or 9 year old in the frickin' woods, we wouldn't stop after 2 days. So what do they know that made them stop is my question. Yeah. And that's why I feel like there's a huge story underneath that we aren't hearing. And the other thing is that it's interesting, other than this like live stream stuff, and it was on Dolly Vision that I think the live chat was, we have not heard these two contradict each other, which is another odd thing. When psychologically, from what I understand, again, I've only covered one true crime case officially, but when there's two people involved, oftentimes one will sometimes almost subconsciously start contradicting the other one's story.
Yeah.
This isn't happening except for this new channel where he starts. Well, there was one contradiction. He said that she was sleeping and she said she was awake, but these are semantics probably during a first interview.
Right.
I don't know.
What if the two people contradicted themselves over? What if she said that he contradicted or vice versa?
Their story the morning is kind of, they haven't, is what she said. They haven't contradicted each other. But
okay, I'm sorry.
Like one saying that the interviews are what the problem is. The first interview and only interview she ever gave is very weirdly scripted, like very robotic. And she just like, it's like she's reading a storybook to you. And his, was a little strange, the first one, but he's the only one that has repeatedly come out again and again and again and again and showed, I guess you could call it, some form of emotion. And he's always doing interviews about this, and he's not even their biological father, but regardless, he's talking and putting all sorts of stuff out. But see, I see that, because I'm not taking either one of them off the table with this. I see that as in him trying to get in front of a situation and make the whole world believe that he's not involved in this by being the nice guy and doing all these things. But at the same time, like I said, I'm 50-50 on this. He could be he seems genuine. That's the problem I have with him. I look at him and I think, okay, he's telling the truth. This feels real. But then there's other people that are reminding me he could be deceiving the whole world and not being real. You know what I mean? So it's very hard to see it. That's why when this other guy came out claiming that he's her cousin, second cousin, whatever he is, and tells this whole story, and like all of us have been perplexed with this case because kids just don't go poof and disappear. Okay. And the scent dogs brought in, they followed the tail to the end of the driveway and blah, blah, blah. The kids miss school. There's all these little things that go into this. So at this point, it's just, I feel like part of my mind wants to believe this guy because I want these kids to be okay. But at the same time, the common sense side of it's just kicking in the back, going, hold on, hold on, hold on. You don't know this is true yet. So that's where I'm struggling. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
I would say I'm just reading your chat, and I think there's a lot of hope, and I have hope too that these children might be found alive because they called off the search in 2 days. That could mean that law enforcement has an idea. I don't know. These are 2 kids. I mean, I just can't imagine. I just can't imagine they could keep each other warm. I don't know. But the one thing that bothered me is the day before last, when I was bringing up in your chat, did you do updates on Jack and Lily, and you played that video? The maternal grandmother just gives me chills. You know, it's hard. You're listening to a woman. She has and a trigger warning. I'm about to say something. You know, she doesn't. She said publicly she doesn't feel her grandkids are still with us, is what she said. So
Oh,
I
no,
don't know.
of course. No, I
At this
understand.
point,
completely.
it's like Sebastian Rogers. Does anybody think this child's alive? At this point, you can't. I mean, you know, there comes a point in time where you have to look at reality for what the most likely potential outcome is.
Yeah.
And these kids are very little. They've been gone now for how long? Weeks?
Going on 7 weeks now.
Yeah. So you could say that they called it off after 2 days, and they're going to try to focus on trying to find the bodies of the children.
And that's what they said. They basically,
Right.
the law enforcement themselves said they don't believe the children were alive at that point, which is why they called it off. And I was like, okay. And like you said, Kiki, what do they know at that point that makes them think that? Okay, well then, yeah. And that's unheard of after 2 days. Come on. So I was like, in the very beginning when I started covering it, I felt that gut feeling. Like with Sebastian, I always felt like he was alive for a long time. At this point, I'm with Sarge. I don't think he may be anymore. You know, if he is, oh my God, that's crazy after a year and some months. With these 2, I immediately felt something bad. Okay, just immediately. And I never thought they were in the woods. And if I said it early on, again, trigger warning for anybody, if they were, they're buried there. That's my thought on that. Okay. But then this other stuff started to pop out and things started looking weird. And I thought, well, maybe, you know, I threw out a scenario of my own, but they're both on the weird thing is Daniel saying he saw the kids in the morning or saw one of them and heard the other one and the door thing. And I mean, there's too many little things that are making me question everything I'm questioning already. So I feel, and I got to have faith in law enforcement, regardless of what people are saying about RCMP. Guys, no matter what we see in Idaho or in Delphi or whatever, I still have faith in law enforcement. They know what they're doing or they wouldn't be doing that job.
You know, there's another reality that we never really try to address. And that the more attention this stuff gets, let's pretend they were abducted.
Yeah.
The person doing the abducting has so much attention on the case that the only option for them is to kill the child or children. I mean, you really, the attention's good. Don't get me wrong. And it's that we all want to look and find them. But the flip side to that is any perpetrator that has possession of these children are really unlikely to be able to do anything with the children other than that, sadly.
And that's kind of what this guy said. And as he's telling the whole world about this, he's saying the same thing, that they better not do anything and panic and this, blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff and hurt the kids and all that. Okay, great. Now, one of the theories I had on this was that early on, very early on, it's maybe she was leaving and she had this whole thing set up and took the kids to the reservation, because one of the strange things with this case that bugged me was she had been trying to get the kids their native status. And it wasn't happening. She kept applying for it and it was denied. As soon as the kids go missing, though, like that, it's approved and they got their native status. And I'm like, okay, that's a little off to me. It's, you know, it's kind of strange that happened that way. So maybe, and we learned her mother, Cindy, is a very manipulative, just not a nice person. And she's like, you know, very overbearing and things like that. So I wondered, you know, trying to put a scenario together in my mind, I wondered if this was maybe her mom chirping in her ear. She definitely does not like Daniel, and Daniel does not like her. That's been proven. He called her a monster and all sorts of things. So I don't know, you know, and it's like, Was she trying to leave him and felt that she couldn't? Because we don't know, like what was said yesterday in the chat, what goes on behind closed doors. This guy could be coming out here being the nicest guy in the world, and when nobody's looking, is very controlling, mean, and nasty. We don't know. Okay, it just happens all the time. But so maybe she was trying to get away from him. She's been miserable. I mean, think about it. Like I said,
I don't think the elders would allow the concealing of the children with such a publicly noted case. So the likelihood that they're with the mother is almost now at this point 0, because the elders themselves, whether it's an independent nation, we have them in New York, and they have their own rules, their own laws, and blah. And I get it. Like I said, I know
want that negative attention, though, Sarge. That's the point.
It's not the negative attention. It's they admitted. I know a guy personally that hid on a reservation. They never denied his presence. They just told law enforcement, we don't have an extradition treaty with the United States, therefore this man is untouchable. So what I'm trying to point out is that people that this would affect in ways that would be highly negative and detrimental to themselves are not going to keep secret that these kids are on their reservation.
Well, and not to mention, from what we looked into, if RCMP believes that would be the situation, all they have to do is have probable cause, get a warrant, and they have the ability to go to that reservation, search it. Now, her attorney, she lawyered up for whatever reason. She got an attorney very quickly, and her attorney is actually the chief. I think she's Micmac. This is the tribe she belongs to. The chief to that tribe is I think it's his brother or something like that. The chief's brother or son or whatever is her attorney. So that's another weird little bit of info.
Well, the other thing too is the approval of the child's her stepping foot and making home on the reservation would be all you needed to give the children the approval for the for citizenship to the reservation. She's living outside of the reservation applying for it. But ultimately, if she's part of that tribe and moves herself to that reservation, then her siblings would automatically be part of that reservation, so long as she's going to reside on that reservation.
Well, and that's the thing, is she was staying with her. Here's what the statement was, that she's staying with her mother right now, not on the reservation. According to this gentleman, and like Cat Lady's right, he's been all over the place, and I agree with her. He should go directly to the police, not everybody on YouTube with this information, if it's true, okay? Because what he's doing is he's making it more dangerous for the kids than anything, if that's a true statement. But to take that down, hold on a minute, guys.
I did want to say, okay. I wanted to, I'll just chime in. Okay. So my feeling is, now I didn't know about this reservation part, because like I said, I'm not really following the case as hardcore as since the beginning, but that's interesting you say that, because my feeling back to the calling up the search after like less than 72 hours, for me, again, I don't care if a search would be called off. I'd be still in the woods looking for the kids of that size. And with when you're talking about Sebastian Rogers, that's another case I didn't really follow. But with a 15-year-old, they could find resources to possibly stay, to function a little better than. But these are not children capable of having any resources to survive. So, right. But my thought is you would have immediately kept that search going, particularly knowing there's 2 of them. This isn't one kid lost in the environment. Like they could, not to be like, they could cuddle together and possibly prevent, hypothermia. And I would keep looking. And so if the police called that off, they had a damn good reason. And yeah, maybe they're alive, but why would the paternal grandmother be under the impression that her grandkids are no longer with us if the police had an inclination that they were somewhere else? I would think all they said is her son is no longer the focus of the investigation, is the only thing that they said. Her.
It's interesting enough to observe, though, after 72 hours in those conditions, they have another direction, another lead that gives them a different focus. So calling off the search in the immediate area of the home doesn't mean that they called off the investigation, right? And so it doesn't even mean that they're deceased. But what it does mean is the police are looking at it from a different angle now. The idea that they wanted out in the woods is off the table, is what that really says.
That's a good point, Sarge. And they still have this listed legally as a missing persons case. They haven't legally flipped it into a criminal investigation yet. Now, at least not that they've put out to the world. Okay, I'll say that. Hey, Carl, welcome. So I'm torn with this. I really am torn. That's why I'm really interested to hear your guys' thoughts, because I don't know which direction to go with this. In one sense, like I said, I feel like I want to believe this guy, and I think it's because the story he tells makes you believe that they're with somebody safe and sound. At the same time, like Cat Lady said, like SRB said, like Alicia said, that the guy's bouncing all over the place. Maybe it's because he doesn't know what else to do, but damn it, go to the police then. Okay, they're gonna do something. They're gonna protect the kids. If you're right, and they have the ability to figure that out, then they'll protect the kids. But I still, after 7 weeks, how did they not figure this out? That's my problem. Okay, so I'm kind of back and forth with this. Like I said, I feel like in the back of my mind, I want to believe him. I want to believe because he's a cousin, that it would be real easy to show his credibility if it's not true, that you wouldn't be that stupid to put something out there. But then again, we've seen crazier shit, guys. So,
I mean, I just have to say though, like we all know we don't have we have finite resources, and so first off, I know at least in the United States, it's a law. If the person is no longer missing, you have got to change the status to something else. That's the law within a certain number of hours of obtaining that information. That's one way you can go look and find the status of someone, if they're, from what I understand, if they're still missing or if police have made progress. That's one way to kind of indicate that. But the other thing is that for them to keep coming out and saying they're alive or these kids are in a safe place, if it really is him and that's a lie, they're using resources. So even if he has nothing to do with it, the thing that he's perpetuating the continuation of searching for the children if they're safe. Let's just hypothetically say that. Let's just look at that woman in California that she just had the Netflix special done. I can't remember her name. The blonde lady who, with all the plastic surgery, who pretended she got kidnapped by drug traffickers. And then she was like with her boyfriend for like 6 weeks and then made up a story. And she actually has to pay restitution for that. Yeah. But she has to pay for that.
Yep. Sherry Papini. I know exactly. I've tried
Sherry Papini, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Alicia. So yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing with this. You're right. And that's what I was thinking. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of resources that were used, a lot of money that was spent, a lot of time, effort, so on and so forth. People took off of work, all these things. That's definitely a criminal act that she did. And the way he made it sound like what she was doing, she got wrapped up and she got scared and she got stuck in her own lie. And now she doesn't know what to do. Then he says that he goes to a family member's house and he's talking to them, purposely allowing somebody to eavesdrop. They call her. She bolts with the baby and goes somewhere else. And as she's leaving, her mother tries to stop her because she's being supposedly watched by CPS at her mother's home. And she screams that she's going to the reservation. Now, this is a whole lot of information this guy put out here, okay? Like I said, some of it is believable. And I think it may be...
Is his claim that the kids are at the reservation, is that what he's out there screaming about?
He says no, he's not saying that. He says he thinks he knows if this is true, what the story he's telling, he believes to 98 or 99% that he believes he knows who picked up the kids, who was driving the car, who else was in the car, and that he's looking into it more. And he says that he's talked to this Jordan, the leader of, or not the leader, but the lead investigator with the major crimes, said that if I throw a name at you, what are you going to do? And he goes, investigate it. And then he goes, then what? How are you going to do that? And he says, we're going to question him. And then he said that then they're going to give a heads up to this person and something could happen to the kids, which is why he's not going to police, supposedly.
Yeah, that's nonsense. That is about as credible as the bottom of my shoe.
And that's what I said. We don't have any proof of this, but in a sense, you want to believe it per se, but you also have to be commonsensical with it. So I'm kind of
he doesn't have knowledge that is. Listen, that whole series of statements that you've just repeated, if that's what he said, people just need to close the door on the guy and tell him go sit down and shut up.
Well, of course, nobody's going to do that because everybody that he's going to, they want to put it out there. You know how that goes.
Money. Yeah, they want them clicks. Yeah, they need money.
So, well, okay, let's just say.
Handlers.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Rusty on panel, you guys. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
You're absolutely fine.
What I was gonna say is like, if it were like, let's just say this guy was to jump in our chat right now and want to come up on panel. You could put a screensaver over and say, okay, let's see your ID. Put it up to the screen. Not audience won't see it. Let's just give us some receipts. You are who you are. So if he's going on multiple panels, everybody, just so the audience knows, whoever the creator is asking him to come up, they have the capability of pausing the stream and asking for receipts of who they are. So if it's allowed to perpetuate without somebody, I mean. But my thought is like, simply, if somebody really wants to know, if he's got a YouTube channel, let's just reach out to him, ask for an email.
Why not get cuts of the clips where he's making these statements and send them off to the investigators ourselves?
Well,
I'm not a caller, but yeah.
I would be happy to do that. I don't look at this. Isn't about being friends or showing respect to strangers. You'll never know if they're who they claim to be anyway. And if this guy has got some assertion that he's got knowledge that may find the children, then I would be happy. Someone cut those clips, send them to Dago, he'll send them to me, and I'll send those to the investigators. I'm not.
Well, I was going to tell you, I think
here
that
to hide.
the other channel, not Dolly's channel, but the other one he went to, I think she did do that. I think they
Good
looked
for her.
that.
Good for her.
If you can find the kids, yeah.
Because even if they can't find the kids, he's a person of interest, okay?
Oh.
Because of his statements.
Well, I would have meant that's what I was going to say next.
Absolutely. The investigator needs to know that person exists.
Yeah, with everything he seems to know and the things he's saying, that would make me look at him like,
yes,
hey, you know what I mean? And I was,
and then part of being true crime. One of the things that doesn't happen in true crime is we rarely take action where action could be taken to the benefit of the people we're talking about and we're concerned about. Right?
Yeah, and so, I don't know. Did either one of you see Daniel's interview, his full interview?
With who?
With
Daniel. I'm sorry. I'm like
stepfather, whatever he is.
Third?
The stepfather. Not him. No.
Oh,
stepfather.
Okay, the kid that's been on the news and he's been polygraphed and he's doing all the searching, right?
Yes. Did you see that, Kiki?
No. I just caught. I'm pretty much telling you guys everything I know.
There's some interesting things that he says, and in that interview, that one of the main things he said that I think caught everybody's attention is he says there's more to this case than meets the eye. Okay, that tells me that either he thinks he knows something or he knows something about what's going on, and there's a lot of stuff he won't say because he feels like he can't say it. Okay, again. That tells me that you know something or you think you know something. And they asked him in the interview. Oh, shit.
I just want to say that statement in and of itself doesn't show he knows anything.
No,
obviously there's more to this case than meets the eye. I mean, that's like me. I mean, that's just a generic statement that doesn't mean anything more than
what's context just that it was the question was asked though, Sarge. It made me stop and go, oh, okay. The question she asked, I can't remember. I'd have to pull it up and show you. But the question she asked, of course, was about something with the case, with the kids and so on and so forth. And the answer he gave was that answer. And it just made me stop for a minute and go, okay, that makes me feel like you might know something that you either feel like you can't talk about because of the case itself or you don't want to. That's all I was saying. So... Yeah, sure. That would be interesting. Have Durwood call Sarge. That would be a hell of a conversation. Anyway, were you two going to say something or no?
No, I'm in the middle of my workday, but I saw you were live, and I really wanted to come up here and hear what you guys had to say and see if your audience had something to add to this, because this case is really weighing on me. Like I thought we'd know more by now. 7 weeks and nobody's in custody. Nobody's been charged with anything. And there's no search for the children. And the paternal grandmother's coming forward saying she doesn't believe they're alive. What would make her think that? She
doesn't believe they were ever in the woods either. And that's another one. Why do you think that? You know what I mean? She says, why would they go into the woods? Well, they live right next to the woods, but she very emotionally does not believe they were in the woods.
She's being practical. I mean, let's just take it at face value. She's being practical in her assessment at this point. What she feels is the truth, and the truth is, kids are gone.
She thinks that too. Yeah, very much.
Whether
so.
they are woods or not is not part of her analysis. Maybe she says, I don't think they went in there. But the bottom line is after 7 weeks, you have to only consider, you've got to consider the worst.
Yeah.
Very little left to consider at this point.
That's a good point. Sorry.
Well, let me, if you have a minute, I want to show you both and just
Okay.
get your feeling real quick. The very first interview that both of them gave, the day that this all started. I just want your opinions on both of these interviews. And they're not very long; they're real quick, because that was where my issues with the mother started. My thoughts about how she just seemed to be giving the interview, and I'm not saying that makes her a horrible person. I'm just telling you it just seems strange. And then his is not as strange as hers, but it's still, I don't know if it's because he's in a panic, if he's because he's been running around. I don't know what it is. I just wanted your guys' opinion on it real quick.
I actually am really, I'm really interested in hearing it. Thank you for bringing it up.
You're muted, Dago. Are you going to play something?
Yes, Sarge. Have some patience, sir. I'm coming right now. Anyway, they're combined interviews of him and her. They mixed up. This is her first and only ever interaction with the public about anything. After this day, after this interview, nobody's seen or heard from her since. All right, hold on.
As possible. I want them home. I want to hold them.
1 second.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up. I heard them playing in the next room beside us. And I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful.
Okay, so that's her interview basically.
And why are people having an issue with that interview? She's talking about him in the present tense. She's telling you what her experience was, and
you don't. Well, see,
no, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not looking at the images. I'd like to listen to what people have to say for themselves.
That's the whole point, is how she's saying it, in my opinion, how I took it.
Yeah, I don't see anything in that interview that would indicate she knows what happened to those kids.
My biggest thing, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is a mother, I expected her not to be able to talk per se, because she'd be crying so much. Okay, there was no emotion, Sarge. There was none. Okay, now I'm not saying everybody's the same. I'm not condemning her because of that. I'm just saying it was a strange interview to me because it just sounded, the way she was explaining things, the words she was using seemed scripted to me, like she was reading a story out of a book. That's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's right or wrong or whatever. That's how I felt about that one. It was very strange to me.
What do you think, Kiki?
Well, thank you for asking. Okay, so I keep going back to her saying the one thing that seemed like she was definitely, it was like she was not, she was criticizing law enforcement, was that she said she's pushing for an Amber Alert. So I look for the tension, because I'm not going to speak on somebody's emotions and reactions. That's I've learned the hard, you don't judge. Yeah, I can't judge because I've seen other cases where parents looked so freaking sketchy and they had nothing to do with the missing of the children.
Good point. Very good point. Very good point.
And so I don't know, but I agree. If I were to look at it at surface level, I'd be like, yes, that person doesn't look like she has the right emotion, but she's probably in shock either way, So go back to my point, is where the tension was in that interview from what I see, and I might have missed something else, was her criticizing law enforcement for not putting out an Amber Alert. And she said that that's a consistent criticism. So I think that's a sticking point for me. She's pointing out to the audience where she wants them to direct a little of their outrage, maybe, at Ellie. So I'm just pointing that out because it's the only thing I can glean from the interview. I'm not other than judging her environment. Now, if that's true, I just ask a question to the audience, and I'm not going to pass judgment again on a mother who's at home with the infant, Meadow. But if she wants a question, not criticism, question. If she wants an Amber Alert so much and she feels the police aren't doing their job, it's a semi-free country where she is, why can't she just do her own search? Why isn't she going out with a search party? And now I understand she has an infant at home, so maybe she can't get up and go into the woods and look for her kids. That makes sense. But if you're scared and it's that time period that's critical where they could freeze to death and they have no food and they have no water and you want an Amber Alert.
You're right.
The other question is, did it make her think somebody kidnapped the kids and she wanted an Amber Alert so people would be pulling over cars? Or is she doing an Amber Alert so that everybody starts forming search parties? It could mean several things. I don't know.
Well, there was a plan that was put in place between her, Daniel, and the rest of the people there that fell through. That the plan is that his cousin Logan was going to take the baby and watch the baby. She was going to get together with Daniel. They were going to join the search party. And then at some point, Daniel said her mother got a hold of her, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes or so, was talking to her privately. And in the middle of the press conference, she bolts. She heads over to medical. I guess she was having maybe a panic or an anxiety attack, whatever. And then she leaves. She's gone. And never got involved in any search or anything and just left. Took the baby with her, of course.
Yeah, I don't think it's unusual that she's demanding an Amber Alert.
No, I don't either with that.
I think that's kind of insightful to suggest that be done. Now that doesn't exonerate her or anything. It's just a simple observation where I think we see and watch these people and we make judgment calls on rather than just, I'm saying, if you just listen to the interview, close your eyes and listen to her speak. I'm one of them people that when tragedy strikes, I'm very monotone and calm, like I am right now. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's just natural for me. And there are a lot of people that are like that. And so and from what I can tell by listening to that interview, she hasn't given anything specifically. She's not talking in the past tense, which is obviously her concern is in the present. And she doesn't think the kids are deceased but she thinks they're stolen. And she makes that appraisal when she's calling for the Amber Alert. She thinks someone took her kids. And that's clear in that interview. So her actions after that, I don't, I can't speak to them. But at least in that interview, I see a mother addressing the media, and she has hopes that and would like an Amber Alert and wants her kids found. Is she crying and jumping up? No, but not everybody responds that way to tragedy.
No, and I just want a chance to rebut to what you're saying. Like, I agree, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm not judging what she's saying, and I'm not judging her body language or her words. What I'm pointing out is she is pointing out multiple times the tension between her and law enforcement. How many times does a parent ask for an Amber Alert and doesn't get one? Does that happen in real life frequently?
All the time, yes.
Really? Okay. Well, I don't know. I just thought an Amber Alert. Who would deny an Amber freaking alert?
It's because of the SOP and the protocol with it. Is an Amber Alert does not get put out unless there's an abduction, and there's all this red tape you got to go through, which I think is absolute bullshit. It should never.
Well, then I stand corrected. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
The problem with our law enforcement in America is this tunnel vision that these police get on to the exclusion of any other information. And I think that somebody should have addressed her concern and at least told her we're going to put that in motion. And that would be professionalism. And that even if you completely believe these kids got lost in the woods, when you're dealing with the mother of a missing child, you should do that in such a way as to encourage not just their cooperation, but to give her the comfort in knowing you care and you're going to do everything possible for her. So not doing the Amber Alert, not even suggesting they would, but not actually doing it, is a problem with the police, the policing over there. And this is all over America. It happens in a lot of cases.
It happens in most cases that, we've been screaming about it for years now. It's the protocol. I don't believe that you should have to cut through all this red tape, that it should have to be an abduction. I've said forever. If a child goes missing from the age of birth to the age of 18, they should automatically drop an Amber Alert.
How many days went by before the dog stopped sniffing in the driveway and said that's the last place they could find the kids through the dog?
It was immediate.
Then immediately an Amber Alert should have been declared. Don't you agree?
I mean, yes.
I mean, I'm sorry. I guess what I try to do is look at the data that's put in front of us and assess it for inaccuracies. And in that interview, there was nothing in there that would say she knew what happened to her kids. Now her action after that is questionable, but
now this next one is his first interview with media that day too. Now he claims that he had been out all morning, all day, waist high. Well, I will let him explain everything. You just listen to it, I guess.
Well, let me say this before you. All right. I just want to remember people about Donna Eyes and the Kansas City 3. Where I was very monotone and very accurate in what I said that we should look at and stop chasing these witch hunts that ended up happening on those two cases. The truth of the matter was, in the end, those people's demise were their own responsibility. Law enforcement, hospitals, and friends had nothing to do with it. And it's funny how many weeks and days went by where the streamers are all going after the police and all the people that are involved. And in this case, I think it's fair to say that an Amber Alert, rightly so, should have been asked for and should have been obliged. They should have done an Amber Alert.
And again, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I wish they would do that in all these cases, but because the protocol, it's just ridiculous that you have to be abducted. It has to be a certain period of time. All these rules you have, by that time, it's too late. And every time we've seen an Amber Alert put out, almost every time, the turnaround on it is so quick. The children are found faster usually, and it works. When you don't do it, here we are. Okay, so just saying.
We noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt.
We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, just until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods. I hate being wet and cold. So they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only two prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it. Post any officers they can get, head to New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible. Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys, anything. Lean Jacker. Awesome kids, very, very kind. They'll talk to anyone. They want to go with anyone.
Like I said, this is a combination. He does he's done, I don't know how many interviews, too many, okay? Way more. She did one. And when asked why she won't speak to the public or anything, she put a statement out, as did her mother, and said RCMP told us not to speak to the media. RCMP came back and said we didn't say that. We said be careful when you speak to the media with what you say. That's all they said. And she put that out there right away. They told us not to, so they haven't done it. And so you take it for whatever you want to, but sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to let you guys know that too.
Okay. I don't like this guy.
Just looking to have as much.
Nobody seems to like him. There's a few of us in here.
And I wonder, are his tears for the children or for himself for what he did?
You see what I'm saying?
If he did anything, right? I'll qualify that. But
I mean,
he's making the story about himself. Remember what I said a long time ago? When people make the story about themselves, they're generally in it for themselves and for their own motives. And they're at that point, they're an unreliable person. They're unreliable to put on a stream. They're unreliable to put any faith in what they tell you. And it seems to me he's been making this a lot about himself. He does drop the kids in there, but I was running through this. I was doing this. That's generally indicative of a very platonic person.
Yeah. They've said that I've seen many people state he's trying to play the hero. He's trying to put himself out in front of the situation, so on and so forth. He comes off as being genuine with what he's saying. And he's telling, he put himself out there first and said, I want to take a polygraph. Here's my phone, go through it, do this, do that, because he didn't want people accusing him. It happened anyway. But that's what he's done. She's done nothing. So that's why everybody's looking at this in that sense.
However, it's exactly what I've just said. He's putting all the focus on himself.
I understand.
And that is a question that's questionable. He himself should be shut up and just go do his thing and avoid. Personally, that's my observation, that people like this that make the story about themselves, as he's been doing, are generally no more or are involved.
Gotcha.
Right. What's his motive? His motive is to hide out in plain sight.
I understand. I know what you're saying.
I want to just give two observations, if you don't mind. Like, when I was listening to the paternal,
you froze and broke up real bad, Kiki.
Am I still here?
No, there you go. There you go. You're back. You're good.
Sorry about that. It must be my internet. So what I was going to say is, when I was listening to the people summarizing these interviews, one of the thing they talked about was the catch-22 of a parent of a missing child. That no matter what, if you get your face out there, no matter how you act, no matter what you say, no matter what you do, you are running the risk. If not, you're almost guaranteeing that people are investigating you as part of the crime. And there's not much you can do about that, but your choices are finite, because if you don't, your child is missing and you want that, you have to. And so parents of missing children, from what I understand, are forced into the spotlight, and they always are. They're regular people who don't know how to act. Now, when I see him compared to the other one, I'm reading both of them. I mean, both of them, if somebody were to put a burner to my and ask me what I thought, I think they both are acting a little odd. But the other thing too, he's more convincing than her. But here's the thing is, over the last year, I've met so many incredible freaking liars. Like, I don't know how to judge this stuff. Like, it's hard for me. I just want to hear what you say so I can jot it down and see if it checks out, basically, is my take on these things now. Okay, tell us more. You ran in front of the helicopters. You ran in front of the drones. Tell us about the timing. Tell about when did they tell you to stay in the house and not look. Let's look at those time frames. I just wanted to add that, which doesn't clear up anything, but also I just wanted to kind of, when you guys were talking about his demeanor, I want to kind of add what I thought.
Yeah, good points. And there's a few. Let me see here. They have a few more clips of him, and then the main interview that he just did, where he talks about passing the polygraph and all this other stuff too. But I'll let this play a little bit more.
Fun as I can. Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
Their stepfather, Daniel Martell, spends every evening conducting his own search.
As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert.
The children are thought to have wandered away from their home in Lansdowne Station on Friday morning. Martell believes they were only gone for about 20 minutes before he and their mother noticed they were missing.
The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt. Hardly any evidence at all since the first day. It's mind-boggling that nothing else was found. Just waiting for them to come home.
Well, I know they can't go forever. I mean, there's search and rescue workers searchers that have already been injured. They've spent so much resources. I mean, resources doesn't matter at this point, but I mean, everybody's tired. There's some people that I don't think they even went home.
What'd you say, Sarge?
20 minutes is not long enough to wander away and not hear your name being screamed.
There's my point with the thank you. That was a big issue for me too.
So that's an issue.
They couldn't have got. That's why I said the first couple of days we covered this. Like, there's no way in hell that those kids went anywhere that they wouldn't hear him if he was out there screaming and yelling. They also debunked the door thing. Supposedly, law enforcement said it was talked about that the law enforcement tested the door out, and it is very audible when you open and close it. They state that they didn't hear any of it. I'm not saying they're lying. I'm just saying that's the statement that was made to add to that.
An adult walks 4 miles an hour. 20 minutes is a third of an hour. So an adult would have covered a third of the mile. The children would have covered even less so. So a third of a mile is not that far. And you're going to be able to, and that's an adult in 20 minutes. It takes you walk 4 miles in an hour. So an hour would be every 15 minutes for an adult? I'm sorry, I did the math wrong.
Roughly.
I don't think a child would be able to get far enough away in 20 minutes unless they were running or they were abducted. Then there'd be no way for them to hear you.
He could have caught up with them, even if they were running, in my opinion. Their legs are smaller. They're not going to go. And they covered a 5, somebody correct me, 5-kilometer area around this property and found nothing except one boot print. One. Not two, one. And then they found a scrap of a blanket that has been determined that it doesn't belong to her. So it makes no sense to me. I've been on SAR teams when I was a first responder. I've gone out and done these things. And like you're saying, if the kids disappear, or we did it 2 or 3 different times I've done it with children, they walked away from an area and they're missing for a matter of 15 minutes and they're right there. We walk right up on them. This situation makes no sense. There's nowhere to go except wood.
This is probably why the search was called off, because, and then here's the other thing. Little kids like that are not walking through the wood with a determination to get to a hunting blind or to get anywhere. No. So if they're wandering around in the woods, their pace and what's going to distract and stop their movement is going to be tremendous. They're not going to move fast and they're going to get distracted, and they may walk in a circle, right? Get lost and not know how to get back. But the distance from that trailer, I don't imagine 20 minutes is significant enough that there would be out of yelling.
There's no goal. There's no destination. Sorry.
Right. They're wandering.
To go. Where are you going to go? There's nowhere that they know of to go to other than their little cabins, he calls them. But that's right there on the property. You can see them. So
I'd like to know what kind of wildlife is immediately around that trailer.
I looked, and there's actually many a picture. I pulled up 2 different pictures. There's snakes, there's wolves, there's bears, there's all sorts of things. And that was another thing. There was nothing found, and I thought about that in the very beginning, predatory animals that may have grabbed them, but there's 2 of them. So if something grabs one of them, the other's going to start screaming. You're going to hear this, okay? There's no scraps of clothing.
Well, you would be able to track a pack of wolves back to its den. And I hope somebody was smart enough to do that. But a pack of wolves could have grabbed these kids too, and dragged them off. And I mean, as horrible as that sounds, that is where they live. That's something you have to consider. He doesn't live in Tennessee. That's in the middle of the city, right?
Well, I absolutely said. There's pictures taken of these kids where somebody has a wolf, looks like a wolf on a leash, and there's a snake in one picture right there by them on the ground while they're playing. So very, very, very like wildlife infested, okay? But there's no scraps of anything. There was no blood trails. There was no nothing. They were looking for everything they possibly could, and nobody found a thing. In my opinion, something would have been found if anybody, an animal attacked them or something. You know what I mean? So,
all right, so that's mostly been ruled out, and you're left with abduction.
that's what I thought. I thought that maybe because they had been called off of school for 3 days, that he claims that he saw them, saw Lily walk into the room a couple of times. He was going in and out of sleep. He said she had her backpack on. Maybe she wanted to go to school, and the little brother followed her everywhere she went. They were really close. They walked out to the end of the driveway, possibly to get on the bus, and the parents were sleeping, weren't paying attention, and somebody grabbed him. That was my initial theory and thought on this, because nothing else made any sense.
No.
So just saying. But I'm gonna go ahead and play some more of him real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to ramble.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
I'm still holding out hope. I don't know why they didn't find anything from Jack's pull-up to her backpack or any of her belongings at all. They just haven't found anything.
I'm out here still searching, still fighting to try to find them. That's all I can do.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. 2 little kids are still out there. I want to find them. That's really all I can do. Still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
I have so much to say. Okay, I did go. I don't know if you saw my comment. I gotta get back to work. I gotta get off the panel, but I do want to add something to this, and I'd love to know what the chat thinks. I'd love to know what you and Sarge think. My feeling, particularly because I think of the Brian Koberger case and the evidence that I'm looking at against the defendant, 7 weeks is a long period of time if you want to collect cell phone data. Let's just go there, okay? If you don't know who took the children, your number one suspect, unfortunately, is going to have to be the people closest to them, the last people that saw them. I would want to know 2 things. Did the police go back and search the most verified point of the child? Because I heard there was a video of the child that they verified their existence the day before. Again, that's a metadata thing. And it's something that you can screen record a video too and make it look. There are possibilities without getting a warrant that you could be tricked without knowing cell phone evidence. So my question would be, number 1, did they ping the cell phones for the parents? Did they find out where they were in the preceding days until the last time the child was documented? It definitely, without a doubt, was proven to be alive. Not when the grandmother or somebody else was close to the family, but the last time somebody can verify with receipts the kids were alive. Have they traced the cell phone? And have they warranted this cell phone evidence? Because guess what? 7 weeks is a long freaking time. That evidence keeps getting overwritten. So let's just say, hypothetically, and I know we don't want to do this, but let's just say the parents are the ones responsible, the parents that they were living with. If that's the case, you're never going to find where they put them if you don't, I don't know. You should look at the cell phone data, because if it happened a few days before and they were, let's just go with the, worst case scenario here. And they said it happened that morning. It was something they wanted to stage, and the 911 call was staged. Let's just use that hypothetical. It probably wouldn't be within 20 minutes of the actual, their actual not being there. It would be at a different time, judging by other missing children's cases I've seen recently in the news. Just that seems to be a pattern. They only have an amount of time they can collect that cell phone data. This is an island, so we're not just thinking about land. We're thinking about ocean too. And I'm just throwing it out there. Things I don't know. And again, I'm just curious and explaining the things that I'm curious about when I see this. And it's everybody's worst nightmare. And I don't want to think that the parents have anything to do with it. So I do say everything I just said, I want to make sure I'm just completely speculating. It was just, a hypothetical. But with that said, that's a fact. of investigation. It's
Yeah,
7
and
weeks. That data keeps getting overwritten.
Right. I know they've pinged the phones, of course. They've looked into all that. They've checked into all the they were asking for dash cam video, trail cam video, any kind of video footage in that area, all the way back to the 28th of May, I believe. They also they looked into everything you would think that they should, in my opinion. And I personally think they've looked at all aspects of this from what they've shown us. But once again, like in the UK and Ireland and everywhere else, other countries, they don't put things out on the news like we do here. They don't just give it all to us like they do. You know, they hide things. They don't hide things, but they hold things very close to their vest, to, you know, keep the investigation pure, I guess you could say. But he has done, I don't know how many, like 2 handfuls worth of interviews. He's done a, you know, just did one recently, based on the information they've given. They've interviewed, I think it was 54 to 55 people. They've done quite a few polygraph tests. He claims he passed his. He also claims in that last interview he did that she was given one as well, and he doesn't know the results. They wouldn't tell him, of course. And they've probably polygraphed her mother, and his mother and his brother lives on the property with them as well. So I feel like every aspect of the investigation has been handled, and we're still sitting here, like you said, 7 weeks in with no answers. It doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't.
It would also be important to do a cell tower dump on all phones in that area.
Bingo.
Around the time of the alleged gone missing or abduction.
The thing is, Sarge, is they're so rural, though. Here's the issue. That you don't get service out there. They had to, like, the two-way radios that first responders use were not even working out there. That's how far out they are.
They were able to call 911 through what mechanism?
I don't know for a fact. I looked into this. There's a phone box at the end of the driveway that they may have a landline. I don't know for a fact. But I thought early on, if they had to make a phone call, I wasn't thinking about landline. It's like something we don't talk about anymore. But that she would have had to leave. She would have to leave to go call 911 on her cell phone. But he says he goes out, comes back, and she's on the phone with 911 already. That makes me think there's a landline in that house. That's why. So,
but the idea that there's no cell coverage at all, so then what you would do is you would want to get a dump of all cell towers that would be within the immediate area. So let's say you had to drive 2 miles to get coverage. Well, that's the cell tower. You would then start to search you dump the entire load of what phones are available to you, and you start going through that list of potential suspects.
Absolutely. I
right? Like they did in the Koberger case. They took 3,800 downloads.
Yes, I know. I would imagine that they did that. They were talking about phone pings that were found. I think there's a gas line or something like that runs the property. They checked, there were pings there, and there were blueprints found in that area supposedly too. But there's a lot that's been done with this. A lot of resources have been provided and spent. A lot of people have multiple searches. They keep coming back and searching again and again and again, and they're not finding anything. And the one lead searcher, the first video I showed on this, said she believed they were in the woods, but it was based on everything she was told. So, I thought about maybe there's underground caves they fell into, or anything that would make this make sense. There's nothing, and I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Just like Sebastian, I didn't understand. Just like Summer, I didn't understand. You know what I mean? There's things out here that you think they would point to something, and it doesn't. So kids just don't vanish. They just don't disappear into thin air.
Here's something the audience can do.
There's a reason.
When you guys observe any of these videos that are taken at the property with searchers, see if you can observe anybody using a cell phone. I mean, we're looking at the mom and dad, but when we observe any videos connected to this case, let's all start to look for anybody in the group. Could be a searcher, could be a rescue guy. Is anybody at all using a cell phone in or near that home? Because that'll answer the question about cell phone coverage.
Yeah. Good point. And yeah, he turned his phone over. I don't know what they did with her phone or not, but he turned his over voluntarily, supposedly, and they went through it all. But that tower dump is a good idea. Because it is such a rural area, there shouldn't be a whole lot of activity. I wouldn't think it wouldn't be too hard to go through that. I wouldn't think, at least. I don't know. I know you said you had to run, Kiki. Is there anything else that you wanted to add to this beforehand, or?
No, I mean, I thought of something while you guys were talking, and then I'll get off. I've had to call 911 twice in my life for somebody else. It wasn't for me. One was both times on the side of the road. And in both areas, I can remember one of them was in Francistown, New Hampshire. And there's like no service in this town. And for some reason, the phone is like taken over. I think it like, I don't know this, but I have to, and it happened the second. I think it gets taken over by like a satellite or something because nothing else comes in or out of the phone. It like becomes this like really, really straight, easy to listen to channel to 911. And
it's a redirection channel. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
so I think I don't. And then the other time I saw an emergency. It was crazy. I was here in Cape Cod, and I thought it was a man attacking a woman on the side of the road, but it was like a 15-year-old kid, and it was his. I don't know what's going on. I just got in my car and called 911, and I had no service on that street, notoriously. But again, went directly to 911. They knew who I like. It was like the service just instantly got really good in the 911.
Yeah, that's very great. That's a good point because when you do dial 911, I don't care if you have good service or not, it goes through, and I think it something or another, it hits a tower somehow or something, or maybe satellite. You're right, but she did call those kids off. SRB said it a couple of times. 6:30 that morning, she called them off of school again. So I'm guessing there's either a landline or there is some form of service, but she was trying to transfer pictures from her phone to law enforcement to show the kids so that they had like, have you seen me pictures? You know what I mean? And couldn't do it. And the radios weren't working and things like that. And I know they're way out there. So I don't know what the deal is with the service for sure. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to think. I did find a phone box, like I said, at the end of their driveway. And they do bury lines for things like that. So there's a grand possibility. Yes, there's a phone line in the house, landline, or it was the cell service. I don't know. That would answer some questions for sure. She does have.
Well, that said, it's so nice being on panel, you guys. And I'm sorry, I'm like in a weird environment. I think that my microphone's off, so I kept talking over both of you. So I first want to apologize for that.
Oh no, it's okay. You're fine. You're fine. We don't mind at all. I think there might be a little delay. That's all. No big deal. Thank you.
If you want a complaint, I can give you that.
Okay, sorry. It was nice. It was nice talking to both of you. I hope you both have a wonderful weekend, and I would love to come back on another time.
Anytime, every time, all the time. Please do. You're always welcome here. I always love hearing your insight and everything. So thank you again.
All right, I'm out of here. Thank you, chat. Thank you, mods. Thank you, viewers. Have a great day. Have a great weekend.
You too. So yeah, Sarge, I don't know what to think on this. You know, I'm like all over the place. Listen to this guy.
I honestly think the kids were abducted. I don't see any other really alternative that makes sense. And
that's true.
You know, there's really nothing else that fits into the scenario that we were being exposed to. As sad as that is, it's so much more common. And in out of the way areas like that, you would think even more so common or more so possible. I mean, you think you're protected by distance, and you're as vulnerable there as you are anywhere else, comfortably so, because there's little witnesses to catch you. There's little activity happening. There's little traffic happening. And so, you know, I mean, as much as people think running away to the wilderness is a form of safety, it does have its disadvantages.
Agreed.
You know,
it does. There's other tiny little things in this case that bug me, that make me look and think different ways. I'm not typically a conspiracy theorist. You know that. I don't like that kind of stuff. I just don't know what to think here because there's nothing else. There's nothing pointing at anything. I don't know, you know, how to take it. I just want to see these kids found. That's truly, and like I said, I think with that older gentleman, my mind in some way kind of wants to believe him because I want to believe that they're safe and sound somewhere. But I do agree with you. It's an abduction, in my opinion, of some variation. I feel like I think that it might be somebody that know them. Okay. The kid that know who the kids are. Not saying that's a fact. I'm just saying that's a thought. Or it could absolutely be a stranger. Who knows?
Well, I think I'm going to hold tight. My understanding of what I'm seeing is that these kids were abducted by somebody. It happened because of unusual circumstances, and unfortunately, that's what happens in tragedies, folks. things come together. An airplane can lose a lot of systems and not crash, right? It's a cascade of events that nobody could foresee or foretell, and they come together in a moment where, damn, these two kids are now gone. So, I mean, I think that is more plausible from what I'm seeing than involvement by either one of the two adults that we're seeing on the screen. And, you know, they're saying they ruled out abduction. I don't know how you can rule out abduction if you don't have a lead on where the children are, or their, you know, their remains, or their clothing, or something to lead you down a different path that something happened. To just rule it out hat in hand just again shows me our law enforcement, even in Canada, they get it in their mind that this is what happened, and to the exclusion of all else, they'll chase their tail forever, and they will never ever admit that the tail chasing was unjustified.
Yeah, they said initially, pretty quickly, that they didn't believe it was an abduction, which is why the Amber Alert hasn't gone out. Still hasn't gone out. They still don't see it as an abduction, which is crazy to me. But
I think that's just tragic. And that, again, that's now look, in all fairness to law enforcement, they may have specific knowledge, and their view and their investigation may be exactly where it needs to be. But we see in so many cases, more often than not, their tunnel vision to the exclusion of all else hampers investigations, does not help. And it ends up, in a lot of cases, harming people that otherwise shouldn't be involved in the case.
Right.
Wow. We don't even mention the cases that I'm referring to. We all know. And we do that too as streamers, and we do that too as people that are part of true crime in the audience. Like with the Debbie case, with the Donna Ice case, with the Kansas City 3 case, you get tunnel vision to the exclusion of all else, and you frame your understanding through that belief of what you think happened or what you perceive. And there's, based on the information given, I don't think anybody can deny it definitely looks like a case of abduction. More than I think it could look like anything else.
It very well could be. Very well could be. That's for sure. That is absolutely
Sebastian. Sebastian apparently was abducted as well. I mean, that explains the vanishing into thin air and moving beyond the search radius that these people have put all this effort in for. I mean, you have to be able to add one and one together. And if your searchers and multiple searches and dozens of people cannot find hide nor hair of the children anywhere within a several mile radius of the trailer, right? The dogs can't find anything but the kids at the end of the driveway. You're left with what?
That's. I mean, absolutely. I get what you're saying. I respect your feelings on that wholeheartedly.
UFOs could have grabbed them, right? I mean, you end up running out of options here.
That's true. That's true. I mean, there's different variations of these things too that could have happened. I feel like, again, if they were abducted, it was somebody that knew them. Okay, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not saying that, but they were abducted nonetheless, whether they were recognized, right, or a familiar face, or some stranger, you know, pulling over. Are you two kids waiting for the bus? Well, the bus is broken down. I'll take you to school.
See, that's kind of what my thought was that maybe they walked out while the parents were sleeping, because they had 3 days off. These are little kids. They probably love going to school, okay? And he claims to have seen her with her backpack on that morning. So she was ready to go maybe, and just decided, I'm going anyway, and let's go, Jack. We're going to school. And they walk out the end of the road, which is where the dog scent takes to you, and then stops dead right there. Maybe waiting for the bus while they wasn't coming because they were called off of school. Somebody drives by, sees these two little kids standing there and goes, hey, you guys, what are you doing? Going to school? Well, we're going to take you to school. And the mother did say, both parents said, actually, they don't understand the whole stranger danger thing. They're very receptive of people. They talk to everybody and anybody. I could see somebody saying, hey, guys, we'll take you to school. Come on, hop in. And off they go. And that was something that it bothers me, but I do see that as being a grand possibility too. But I still feel that it was somebody that took them, that knew them, knew the families, knew them, whatever. It just feels more comfortable to say that than the other. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a very weird one. And it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. So,
you know, the other thing that I don't hear is a separation in these two people. In other words, there's no argument that these two were in bed. They've not contradicted their own personal locations, nor has there been any statement of a total. Well, there is a statement of total separation of him from her when he said he went and looked for them.
Yeah.
He did that himself while she stayed with the baby.
Yeah,
right?
but it was only supposedly it was only a matter of just a few seconds, a few minutes or something like that, because he come back and she's already on the phone with RCMP supposedly. So I don't know. I don't know if their timelines are like on point, or if they're forgetting, or because they were in shock they weren't giving the right timelines. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know either. I'm just taking the data we have and trying to make it simple.
Sure.
And that's generally where things end up, is in the simple. And I don't care for this particular guy, but I'm not to the point to say that he took the kids. I just don't care for him. In the way that he's everything is about him and what he's doing and his efforts. And
there's a lot of people that have said the same thing, and then there's it's probably 50-50. There's other people that are saying that they absolutely think he has nothing to do with it and had no idea. And I get what you're saying, and I hear it from both sides. I can see it both ways. Absolutely.
Made a sunshine.
Oh, go ahead with what
I
you're
was
saying.
going to say, hopefully sunshine will find this case and shine upon it.
I would love to see these kids found safe and sound and walked home to. They're obviously, who knows what's going to happen, but just found and shown to be safe and sound. But I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I had a bad gut feeling in the beginning. Is that what it is now? It's changed a little because we've seen and heard different things. There's some suspicion on some, things that have happened. So who knows what's going to happen?
And
We can only hope.
There was no dogs tracking those kids out into the woods.
No, they followed the scent to the road, and that's where it stopped. They didn't.
That's what I mean. That's right there tells a huge story. The dogs, you do have to put some faith in dogs. I mean, I put a lot of faith in Murphy.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's a good point. And they didn't bring any cadaver dogs in yet. The story is on that was that there's only 2 cadaver dogs in the entire country of Canada, which is crazy to me. It makes no sense. That's the story that was told. I don't know. That's weird, but borrow some from us. I mean, we border you guys all the way around, so borrow some stuff that's close to us and bring them in there and see what happens. They ran drones, helicopters all over the place, under the trailer, all around the property, 5 full kilometers up and down the roads, blah, 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 so on and so forth, and nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
I mean, and the dog scent is indicative of why the trail went cold, was they were transferred into a vehicle and it drove off.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I said, early on, like that's where it stops, because that's where they got into
And as far as this being planned by the mother or the stepfather, the fact that they reinforce each other's situation and their statements is, it in other words, they didn't walk the kids out, or she didn't sneak out and give the kids to some relative to scurry away with. There's nothing that shows that, because they're in bed together and they're in and out of being awake or whatever, right? They're being unattentive. That fair enough. But they don't contradict that, do they? They don't contradict each other's location.
She did get up at between 6 and 6:30 to call them off of school. He's sound asleep at that time, supposedly. So at that point, nobody knows. From there on, he does say, though, that when he wakes up, though, she's next to him with the baby. So the timeline is a little screwy too, Sarge. That's the other problem, is we don't know 100% the exact timeline. Okay, other than that the kids were called off school between 6:30. And then they're around 8 o'clock or so in the morning is when they realize that the kids aren't there. And then there's a phone call made to 911 finally between 9:40 and 10 o'clock. So it's a little too all over the place for me. You know what I'm saying? And they're saying that the sliding door was quiet, if you listen to her, but then the police go and they test it out and it's not that quiet. It makes noise. Enough that you could hear it, per se, at least. So is that part of the story because they were sleeping and they didn't hear it, or is it because they just said what they said? Who knows? Maybe she felt guilty, like she was going to get in trouble because she didn't hear it and they snuck out or whatever. I don't know. There's too many different variables, Sarge.
And so they went missing at approximately what time?
That's not 100% provable yet. Somewhere between 8 and 9:40, I think.
That's a huge window.
It is. That's what I said. So, and that's what we're told, though. That's what we're told. She supposedly, like said, there's nothing about them missing before 8 o'clock, I don't think.
Okay, so what time is school?
she called them off between 6
No,
and 6.
no. On a normal day, what time would the kids go out front or be put on a bus?
I don't know the pickup time. I don't know that. Sorry.
That'd be interesting to know because that would, it just.
And they're split up, by the way. That's something else I didn't tell you. I don't know if you knew that, but she took the time after disappearing to take. She took her Facebook down first, okay. Then she pulls it back up and she takes everything of Daniel off of it, breaks up with him per se, basically, and puts in there that she's single, and then shuts it back down for a while. So your kids are missing, but you have time to do that. That bugged me a little bit. And then she brings it back up again, and she changes some other things and takes it back down. Then she brings it back up again, I think, because people were saying that she's hiding or something. So she brings it back up and just leaves it up. It's just weird stuff, okay? Very weird things. Thank you, Alicia. Pickup time was around 8 a.m. There we go. See, I didn't hear that. So there you go.
And they didn't make a call to 911 until 9:30 or 9:20.
9:40, I think, was when they said that they actually finally decided they were going to make the call. Single, ready to mingle. Is that what she made her status, Vivian? See, that's ridiculous. Your kids are missing, but you have time to do that kind of thing? Come on.
Did she know her kids were missing when that took place?
Yeah, she was after she left and went to stay with her mom 2 days or so, and she pulls it back up and she breaks up with him on Facebook because that's important. Takes out any picture that has him in it, okay, and puts that statement in there, I guess. Oh, that's just the status. I got you. Anyway, it's just a bit of a red flag to me.
Well, she harbors some kind of negativity towards this young man that's running around.
But before that, Sarge, she said that she couldn't live without him, that she's the happiest she's ever been until this happened. Like,
yeah, you know how many times I've encountered that with girls. Come on.
I know. I'm just
men
telling
are
you.
like, look, men are no different. I mean, that's where you get the stalker. I can't live without you.
I know.
And then the girl leaves, and he's, all these things mean nothing unless it's you and you know your current situation with your partner. Okay.
Yeah. Well, like I said, that was the supposed statement she had made before. She was the happiest she had been, but then she moves in out there. I don't know. We don't know that that's true either. I mean, it's out in the middle of absolute nowhere. And I still feel like her mother got in her ear, and maybe because they hadn't seen each other, she wasn't visiting with nobody. Maybe he was controlling. I don't know. We don't know those little things that go on behind closed doors, and that I think probably plays a big part in some of this too. Hey,
well, and this is just so people are aware of this, but what you're seeing of him is not an indicative of what he's like.
Very possibly, yeah. I mean, he's probably
no, not very possibly, bro. Okay, he's in the spotlight, and the guy he's not like he's not ugly in any way, and so he does have the capacity to present himself as very upstanding, very decent, very he comes across fairly well, but is that who he really is when he's not having to make a show of himself?
I don't know that.
Right? Like we don't know.
Behind closed doors, he could be the complete opposite of what he's presenting himself to be.
Absolutely.
Or he could be the same guy. We don't know. That's the problem. Until somebody tells
some of the nicest guys in the world that you associate with are the most controlling, jealous guys to their partner. It would shock you. It would literally shock people. They'd be like,
I agree. No, it wouldn't. It would not. I promise you.
Wouldn't shock me.
No, I've seen it. And that's the question right now, Raquel. Did she stage a kidnapping to get away from him? And a lot of us have stated, if that's really what you wanted to do, just leave him. Like, those kids weren't his. The baby was, but those other kids were not his. So, and I know yesterday a bunch of people said sometimes it's not that easy to just leave. I get it. You're right. But to go through all of this is a lot,
This is way harder than here's the other thing. They were noticed when they were saw on camera at let's call it a mall just for expediency.
It was near the mall, yeah.
Let's just call it a mall. They're caught on camera at the mall. And who was in the video?
All of them. Every one of them.
Including him?
He was there. I think they went to pick up his paycheck. It was the end of the month. He gets paid once a month. I think they went out there to pick up the paycheck, and he said it was near that mall or strip, whatever the hell it is. Yeah. And his coworker could verify that he was on camera at that area. That's why I think he was getting his paycheck, because his coworker was there. They were seen in the parking lot of this place supposedly, and it was all of them. It was him, Malaya, all of the kids, including the baby, were all there. So no, he wasn't on unemployment. He was still working, but only one day a week because of the seasonal thing. I think whatever.
What does he do?
He works in a sawmill. So they shut down.
Yeah, I do that with my business too.
Right, they shut
for the
down
winter.
at some point because of frost and stuff. They were saying, so that's why
Yeah,
that all went
okay.
down like that. There was no party. He clarified and verified. There's no party that happened. That was one of the big things talked about by one of the nosy neighbors. That never happened. So a lot of things have been verified through him and other people, but again, we just don't know. Oh, he did get some type of an employment. Okay, I've never heard that.
Yeah,
before.
in the off season, if he's working for a company, that wouldn't be too surprising. And I've known people have done that over their life. They're union workers, and the union will lay people off.
My son, because he works for a roofing company, certain times of the year they get very little work, so he does get a little bit of unemployment. Not a lot, but a little.
Yeah.
Not for a long time. Highland Square Mall, that's what it was called. Yeah. So it was close. It was in the it starts with a G, Glasgow area, and that's where that place was that he was seen. And he said his coworker verified and can verify it. So I don't know.
Interesting.
It's a very weird and wild situation. I guess not everybody's comfortable with the older gentleman. I understand completely. Like I said, I think my mind is split on it because I feel like maybe I want to believe some positivity about the kids, and that's why I was listening to it to see what he had to say, if anything made sense. But I won't play any more of it because it's obviously not a good thing. New Glasgow, that's it. Thank you, T. So I don't know. Initially, Sarge, I thought maybe an accident happened and the kids got hurt and they were trying to hide it so they wouldn't get in trouble. I mean, these are the things we think of immediately. Is that what I think now? No. So I have to agree with you. I think the kids were taken, abducted. It's the only thing that seems to make any sense, but I feel like it was somebody that knew them. And
here's why I say that makes the most sense, because anything else you have to start conjuring.
Keep talking. I gotta grab something. I can still hear you.
For it to be anything more than that, you have to start conjuring and supposing and believing and imposing your thoughts of a situation on the situation that you're not part of. And so there is nothing to suggest other than they were abducted. They've ruled out the kids walk off into the woods by all the search efforts. The dog came to the end of the driveway, and that was the end of the scent. And so, right or wrong, it's a comfortable place to sit and observe to see what more factual data can be given us. Because to make conclusions about involvement of the parents, there is nothing in the series of events other than the fact that the kids were unattended. But that does not mean they killed their own kids or ran off with the kids. They were both there when the police showed up. So, I mean, to me, it's sensible, it's safe, it fits the circumstances that these children were taken. As far as you want to guess whether the mother arranged it or what, it's on you. But there's nothing to suggest that. Right. I try not to impose, like I said, I don't like that guy, Daniel. I'm not comfortable with what he's doing, how he's behaving and acting, and what he might be doing might be exactly the right thing to be doing. So I'm not going to surmise that he had anything to do with anything, nor am I going to surmise that the mother had anything to do with anything. It's just, there's things that they're both done that are a little, I guess, suspicious. And I gotta leave it at that and see if it builds momentum and turns into something. The fact that she, right away left the area, that's kind of like, okay, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I'll give people that. That definitely doesn't make a lot of sense. But does it mean that she's involved with the removal of her kids from that property? No, it doesn't mean that either. We don't know what it means because we just don't know. So You know, it's a very precarious kind of situation. It's like with Sebastian Rogers. I mean, the mother's behavior, the mother's actions that night are goofy at best or strange. The whole situation over there is strange with what happened without Sebastian went missing. But there's been no further information. There's been no arresting of anybody. There's been none of that. And I know things that have happened that a lot of people haven't heard, and I'm not going to repeat them because I took them in confidence. And it is what it is. The kids vanished like poof.
Yeah.
The same with these two kids. Poof, they're gone. And
that just doesn't happen. You know what I mean? It just doesn't happen.
And I think that in this particular case, where we have this other third party coming in, that's a great opportunity for true crime, aficionados to send the clips to the police department.
Yeah, I think I heard something stated that they were doing something like that.
Let's see if we can't get that confirmed somehow. If you know some of these channels, because I would not be afraid to use my personal information and communicating that with the law enforcement of that area. I'm an observer of true crime. I don't know what I don't know. So this guy may be absolutely right, or he could be a crackpot, or he could be involved, or he could,
Here's my thought. I'm gonna probably guess that the RCMP is watching this stuff and seeing who's saying what. So
algorithms watch.
Yeah, they probably know already.
Yeah.
And the guy stated that he had what he believed a PI following him, some blonde woman taking pictures of him. So somebody's watching him anyway. There's a reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my opinion. Truly.
But I think that there's some key opportunities that we as a group, that we're observing things that the general public heard about, but they don't know any of the intricacies, or they don't know what the mother or father said. And if they did watch it, they have no idea what they said. They heard it once, and the next thing is they had to, go turn the stove on for dinner, right? Or they had to go in the car and go to work, or change a diaper. Right. I mean, so we're the eyes and ears for those that have no time to do what we do.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true. That is true.
Right. And things do come across these streams that I'm sure law enforcement would be interested in, even if they lead nowhere. It's hard not to be interested when someone comes out of the blue like this and claims to be a relative, but I know who did it. Well, then shut up and go get this person talked to,
Yes, sir. So I'm going to move on to another case that I don't know how many of you guys followed it. There was sentencing done in this situation. There's a show out there called Ghost Adventures, and one of the stars on the show, well, his wife tried to kill him or have him killed. Okay, and they sentenced her, and I thought it'd be interesting to review this real quick. I know we stuck on this a little longer, but we had some interesting conversation with some interesting people. So, hey, Kent, good to see you. I saw that again, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. So, why am I bump into this, Sarge? I don't know how interested you would be in this one either, but it's
I long awaited my awaited foray with this spectacular Italian sausage I bought the other day, and I got the grill all ready to go.
Do your thing, Sarge.
I'm going to step down and do that. But thanks for having me up. Thanks for all those people out there.
Absolutely. Are you going live tonight?
I actually am going to probably be hanging out with Colleen later. So,
well, enjoy.
We'll see how that goes.
Okay. Well, enjoy yourself, and if not, you decide to let me know. I'd be happy to join you, sir.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Take care, Sarge. And this one here, you guys, like I said, this is an interesting story case, of course, because it involves somebody that's famous, obviously. I believe his name is Aaron. I used to watch the show all the time. So let's see what they got going on here, guys. And thank you again for being here with us today.
To me, with no worry, no care, or love in her heart for me. I will never feel the same. I will never feel safe or be the same, but because of what she did.
Ghost Adventures star Aaron Goodwin broke down at sentencing for his wife Victoria after she admitted to plotting with a notorious killer to put out a hit on him. Victoria herself had a chance to speak, but how genuine was her apology? You decide. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, so back to a story that we have been covering since it began. This is a twisted one. Aaron and Victoria Goodwin, they seemingly had this picture-perfect relationship, but unfortunately it was destroyed pretty much overnight earlier this year when it came out that not only had Victoria wanted Aaron dead, but she conspired with an infamous murderer to try to make it happen. So I'm going to give you some background on this case and the Goodwins' history so we can make sense of what happened. But everything started to come to light on March 6th. This is when 32-year-old Victoria Goodwin was arrested in Nevada for an apparent murder-for-hire plot against her own husband. Investigators say she'd been communicating with an infamous inmate in Florida, Grant Amato. A lot of our true crime fans will remember his trial. They'll remember him telling him that she wasn't in love with Aaron anymore and wanted out. Now, Amato is currently serving a life sentence in Florida for the 2019 murders of his father, mother, and brother, a case that we covered extensively here on Law and Crime. And prosecutors, by the way, say that he killed them because they were trying to stop him from spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a webcam girl he said he was in love with, but apparently had never met in person. Talk a little more about him in just a minute, but you have this detective with the Florida Department of Corrections contacted police in Nevada, letting them know that they'd found a smuggled cell phone in Amato's cell and that he had been communicating with Victoria Goodwin, who, by the way, is referred to in the probable cause affidavit as Victoria Candy. So they say that Goodwin provided information to Amato about Aaron's location in California, where he was filming an episode of Ghost Adventures, and then Amato reportedly passed that information along to a third person. The affidavit reads, Mrs. Candy informs inmate Amato that her husband will be staying at the Best Western Plus, 2565 Commerce Parkway, Barstow, California, 92311, and is with his smoking buddy. She proceeds to send inmate Amato a picture of the two of them, along with a picture of a black Dodge minivan being driven by her husband. During this time, inmate Amato has been in contact with an individual, whose name is redacted, who will be taking care of the situation. Inmate Amato and Mrs. Candy also have $11,515 set aside for this individual when the job is finished. Now, investigators also found messages where the two appeared to discuss using PayPal or Zelle or Cash App to make payments. And it's noted that Amato had asked Goodwin for a $2,500 PayPal payment up front to an account. On March 6th, police served a search warrant on Goodwin's home, and she gave an interview to detectives. And police say Goodwin explained that she learned about Grant Amato through a true crime documentary, began writing to him, described their relationship as essentially pen pals, and she told police that the relationship started in May 2024 and ended in November. Once all of this was exposed, things happened really, really quickly. Aaron filed for divorce around a week after his wife's arrest. She was locked up with no bail and at first entered a not guilty plea, but later agreed to a plea deal that was offered by the prosecutor. And she would plead guilty to one felony count of conspiracy to commit murder with a possible penalty of 2 to 10 years in prison. And the decision was ultimately left up to the judge. What would be her punishment? Well, during Goodwin's sentencing hearing, the prosecutor laid out some of the case's strange details for the court.
One of the reasons we're not making a recommendation as to sentencing is we kind of acknowledge that, look, this is someone who doesn't have a record, right? Who's never kind of done anything like this before. But the concern I've always had is when you look at the facts of the case, they are serious. This is not a situation where maybe an unhappy wife simply kind of made a fleeting text that said, oh, like, I can't stand my marriage. Like, I wish he was just gone, or something along those lines. It was far more than that.
By the way, as you know, we are always writing sidebars. We're researching. We're doing breaking news. I'm constantly on the run, but I get hungry, and it's not so easy to just grab something. The stress, not the nutrition.
The concerns that I have about the case are when Mr. Amato's phone is seized and they look into it, what you can see is on October 2nd of 2024, there is a text exchange between Ms. Goodwin and Mr. Amato, who is a convicted murderer out of Florida, where they are expressing their love for one another. She is acknowledging that her husband would never accept a divorce. She says things like, I'm so anxious, I just can't believe this is happening, like, what the F? How did I get to this point? Am I a bad person? And when Mr. Amato asked, well, why do you say that? And she's like, because I'm choosing to end his existence, not divorce. Those are very serious comments. When you couple that with, on that same date, she is relaying information that Mr. Goodwin was in Barstow, staying at a Best Western, provided him pictures of what he looked like, the car that he was driving. And that there's discussions that Mr. Amato's buddy named Gordo is going to take care of the situation. The facts become more serious. And even from those text messages that talk about setting aside, $11,000 for Gordo, and ultimately this investigation revealed about $60,000 sent from Ms. Goodwin over to Mr. Amato, or
How do you have PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, any of that stuff when you're in prison? I didn't think that was legal. That makes no sense.
associates of Mr. Amato. And I know that sentencing memo kind of talks about, well, maybe some of that was blackmail. But when you have the following day, you have Amato on that phone texting Gordo being like, hey, is it done yet? Has it been done? All of that's very serious. And the one thing I didn't see in that report was simply, at no point does Ms. Goodwin ever try to claw it back. At no point does she say something like, you know what, I was just kidding. I don't really want to go through. Like, you don't ever see anything along those lines. And that really is ultimately the concern for the state about the seriousness of it. And so look, whatever you think is appropriate is certainly appropriate. I just think at the end of the day, we don't see these solicitations very often. Like, I handle murders. We don't really get solicitation cases that often. But there's a lot of there. That's a lot of detail, a lot of locations, and a lot of money that I think elevates this to a certain level of consideration.
Now, Goodwin's defense attorney argued that her communication with Grant Amato stopped well before her arrest and argued that the months she'd spent in jail, that's punishment enough. And after he spoke, the defendant herself was allowed to give a statement as well.
With regards to the facts, there is, to me, a clear line where Ms. Goodwin had abandoned the conspiracy. We may disagree, and I don't know if it will do with the state, whereas who initiated the idea of, the murder. But with Ms. Goodwin, it's clear that as of November, she had completely distanced herself from the group. She had moved on from it. There was very limited contact. She had nothing further to do. No efforts were made, and the phone exchange ends. I'd also comment, and I know we do in the sentencing memo, that neither Mr. Amato or Mr. Gordo, as we sit here, have ever been charged with a crime. So it's just Ms. Goodwin who sits here today. And as far as I know, there's no intention to ever file charges against either of those two individuals. 92 days has gotten her attention. She's never going to be in front of Your Honor for any kind of violation. She's never going to have any further problems. We, of course, would understand there would be stringent conditions. She has no contact with Mr. Goodman, and she has no need to ever have contact with them. We would just ask the court to give her one opportunity at probation for someone who's lived the life that she's lived.
Probation. We're trying to kill somebody. Probation. Okay.
Has one terrible mistake, but that's the only mistake she's made, and that she immediately tried to take full responsibility for it.
You don't need to make any more mistakes. You're trying to kill somebody. That's enough right there.
Before she was arrested, she had clearly abandoned any efforts to be part of that conspiracy, and we think she's worthy of probation. And I'd like to have her say a few words as well.
Firstly, and most importantly, I would like to apologize to Aaron. I'm so immensely sorry for the pain and anxiety I've caused you, and the betrayal you undoubtedly and rightfully feel by my actions. I need you to know that I will always hold love for you. I genuinely pray you find your joy and peace again, and I will bow out of your life forever to hopefully ease that process. I'm sorry I broke us, and I am consumed with regret every day. My absolute promise to you is that you will never see or hear from me. I intend to leave the state of Nevada, and you and anyone else will never be in danger of me ever again. Secondly, I'd like to apologize to my parents. My actions are not a reflection of how you raised me, with unwavering love and support, and I know I'm better than this. Next, I'd like to apologize to the court. I recognize and understand my stupidity, the terrible nature of my crime against Aaron, my regrettable choices, and monumental lapse in judgment. This is my rock bottom, and I'll never forgive myself. Prior to my arrest, I was taking steps toward mending my marriage and correcting my mistakes that led me here. Now, having spent 92 days in jail, I've had plenty of time to reflect on my foolishness, and I'm that much more committed to never getting in trouble again and doing better in every aspect of my life, especially with my mental health. I am truly ashamed, embarrassed, and disappointed with myself, and am deeply and sincerely remorseful for my actions. This is not a reflection of who I am, nor the person I want to be.
Then it was time for Aaron Goodwin to speak. We were very curious about what he was going to have to say. And listen, he was emotional as he told the judge about the pain that his estranged wife's actions have caused.
Sorry. Your Honor, for 7 years, I thought I was in the most loving relationship and marriage with my best friend. Someone who I trusted in whole heart and laughed with every day. Someone who made me feel like I was someone's, like I was her one and only. I was loyal to her and did whatever I could to make her happy. I thought we were something very special, and so did everyone else. After finding out she was cheating on me in September of last year with multiple men, including the man going by the name Vincent, who turned out to be Grant Amato, I gave her the option of divorce where we could try to work it out because I love her so much. She felt so bad, and I didn't want to lose me. Every day she made me feel so more special, and she was so sorry. At least that's what she told me. Now discovering she put a hit out to kill me more than once. Got blackmailed and spent almost all our savings to keep it quiet. And fell more in love with Amato. They even got spiritually married. And now I was called the first husband. They talked until she was arrested. And she sought his help to kill me. Oh, sorry. This has led me to fear my life. I've hired armed security for weeks, not knowing it was over or not. Always looking over my shoulder and having to go through therapy and even trying to understand any of it. It's like a heartbreak no one should go through in life. I can't trust anything anymore. I cry every day. I feel so low. She grew me into a person I never was. I will always wonder why. But worst of all, she lied to me every day. I didn't know about any of the murder plot, the hitman, or the blackmail until the detectives told me after she was arrested. Now behind bars, she's trying to manipulate the lawyers and trying to silence me and not come here today. So I wouldn't be standing. Your Honor, this person over here, I don't know at all. Not one bit. The fact that this person did all this to me with no worry, no care, or love in her heart for me. I will never feel the same. I will never feel safe or be the same because of what she did. Especially when she gets out one day. She claims she's remorseful now that she's been caught. But there at no time before did she ever try to stop this from happening. She tried to have me killed. She gave my location to people. Truly believe we were trying. I truly believe with people she truly believed were going to harm me. She even asked for the updates on the murder. And this was all when I was just her loving husband. I thought, whether she got minimum or maximum time, I still won't feel safe whenever she's released. I feel like this deserves prison time. I don't know. So I just leave it in your hands, Your Honor. Thank you.
So what happens? Well, Judge Nadia Krall sentenced Goodwin to a minimum of 36 months or 3 years in prison with a maximum of 90 months. So that's 7.5 years. And as the defense attorney mentioned, as far as we know, Grant Amato has not been charged or disciplined in any way for his connection to this case. Such a bizarre case, to say the least. And he's currently serving a life sentence at a prison in Florida after, I mentioned before, he shot his father, mother, brother, all in the head at the home they all shared in Chulada, Florida, back in 2019. His case, by the way, super wild, too. He apparently gunned down nearly his entire family because they wanted him to stop talking to this performer that he met on a webcam site. He had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, much of which, by the way, he stole from his parents and brother, and he spent it all on this woman known as Sylvie. Now, Amato had dropped out of school to become, and I've never even said this word before, so hopefully I'm saying it right, an anesthetist? I don't know, but did manage to get a job as a nurse at an Orlando hospital. He was fired for reportedly stealing drugs, told his parents he wanted to become a Twitch streamer, but instead he used his fancy computer setup to look at pornography and spend time virtually with Sylvie. During his trial, prosecutors laid out some of the just vast amounts that he was paying nightly to this campsite.
Grant fell in love with a woman named Sylvie. Not only did he fall in love with her, he became obsessed with her to the point where that was all that mattered to him. He had lost his job. He was depressed. He was having a contentious relationship with his father and his brother. He finds Sylvie and becomes consumed with her. Now, you haven't seen these. They're in evidence. But these are bank records from the Amatos. Okay? Credit card statements, checking account statements. And you, by all means, I implore you to look through these. And when you do, you will see a compendium, of charges to the MyFreeCam's website. I just picked, here's a random page. And for the record, this is Exhibit 350. It's dated, this particular page is dated November 20th. And on November 20th, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 transactions, each $599.99. That's hundreds, by the way, not $5 for this particular website to tip this woman. On the 21st, the next day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 transactions for almost $600 a piece, $599.99. And it goes on, guys. I mean, I'm not going to belabor the point, but look at it. According to my notes, I'm not good at math, fair warning, $20,000 in one night.
And things finally came to a head at the end of 2018 when Amato's parents sent him to a rehab for pornography and internet addiction. And after a couple of weeks, he was allowed to come back home, but there were strict rules in place. His surviving brother, Jason, testified about those rules during the trial.
Describe to the jury what that document is, States Exhibit 179. What are the contents of it?
I guess I would call it like an ultimatum. Some options that were given to Grant to choose between after leaving the facility. And based off of some of his choices, there were specific rules and regulations that my father had laid out for him. And
give some example. I mean, I'm not asking to read the entire document. The jury has it. It's going to go back with them. They can read it. But give the jury some examples of what are the options given to them.
all right, so the first thing that was covered was living arrangements. You know, does he want to live at home, move out on his own, go to the military? Looks like my father pre-wrote this and then updated it with a different color pen. I'm assuming with discussion with Grant. So there are some markings and highlightations of things that were discussed and chosen. It looks like Grant chose to live at home. He understood that the family would not cover or pay any current remaining future debts, etc. It goes on to say that, some rules are no post midnight internet use, no more all-nighters online, limited TV, install a new AT&T modem for logging, wireless, and hard traffic use. It says that he terminated his current phone and set him up with a new phone that I guess didn't have data or the ability to go on the internet. Some responsibilities where he had to get a job. He had some debts that he had to take care of. No savings. He owed the family some money, owed the family an apology. It's very detailed.
Is there any reference in there about contact with the woman in Bulgaria?
Yes, sir. So
What does that say?
It states that it informed Grant that they had reached out to this woman to let them know, or to let her know some of the things that Grant had been saying weren't 100% true. And that he wasn't allowed to communicate with her anymore.
Apparently, Amato couldn't stick to the plan. He managed to convince his mom to let him use her phone. He contacted Sylvie. His dad ordered him to get out of the house. And on January 24th, 2019, Grant Amato shot his mother, Margaret, in the head while she sat at her computer. He then waited for his father, Chad, to come home, shot him twice as he walked into the kitchen, and Amato used his dad's cell phone to text his brother, Cody, telling him to come home. And when he did, Amato shot him as he came in the door. Now, police said Amato tried to stage the scene like a murder-suicide to make it appear that Cody had shot his parents and then himself. The next morning, Cody's coworkers had police do a welfare check when he didn't show up for work, and that's when they discovered this crime scene. 24 hours later, police found Grant Amato at a hotel, took him into custody, and at trial 6 months later, a jury found him guilty.
Verdict, count 1, Margaret Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Further finding, we further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or a weapon. Further finding, we further find that during the commission of the crime, the defendant actually possessed a firearm. Further finding 2, we further find that during the commission of the crime, the defendant discharged a firearm. Further finding 3, we further find that during the commission of the crime, the defendant discharged a firearm and caused the death of Margaret Amato. Verdict, count 2, Chad Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Verdict, count 3, Cody Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder.
Now, because the state had indicated they planned to pursue the death penalty, the trial then moved into a sentencing phase where both sides argued for or against capital punishment, but not enough of the jurors voted in favor of death, so Grant Amato was automatically given 3 life sentences, and he has since appealed his conviction. And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody.
That's probably why nothing happened, because he's already got 3 life sentences. They can't do much more to him. So that's just my opinion, of course. So that was interesting to see. I do believe the show's still on. I believe. Not 100%, but let's see what we got coming up next here. You don't think he did it? Of course you don't. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Understood completely. Let's see here, guys. What else do I have for you today on this different segment? A minute. One minute. Let's see here. 1 minute, guys. Hang on. All right. I've been showing you guys weird, crazy, wild things in the news. I got a new one here today, if anybody's interested. If you're not, of course, that's okay. Welcome, Kent. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. So let's see what we're gonna. Tony Duong, good to see you, sir. So there was a couple stories out not too long ago. I don't know how many of you guys follow stuff about the pyramids and stuff like that. But recently, not too long ago, they have put out some new information about there being something different beneath those pyramids than what we believed or what we were told through National Geographic, stuff like that. So I thought it was quite interesting, guys. I've been following the James's channel right here. You guys should check him out. I really would appreciate it. I love the stuff he puts out. If you like that kind of stuff, I think you would enjoy it. By all means, check him out. There's his link there. 1 minute, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this up and running for you. He does put out some neat stuff. If you like that kind of stuff, it's really outlandish, wild stuff. And I want to run a segment on this all the time if I can, every time I have a morning show. So check him out. That's all I'm saying. So let's check this one out. This is something about, this is about the things that they believe that they may have found underneath the pyramids, guys. It's pretty wild. Check it out.
It's not over. On my previous video, I talk about how the pyramids in Giza, the ones that we've been looking for all this time, may actually not be just pyramids. Apparently, what we see as the pyramids of Giza are actually just the top of huge structures that are massively hidden within the sand. Filippo Biondi and a team of researchers on March 15th published a paper with these images and descriptions of what's supposed to be this massive structure underneath the Giza pyramid. 8 columns, square-shaped structures, and what appears to be an entire city down there. Now, if this is real, it would reshape history as we know it. Not only history, actually it would change everything. And as you can imagine, this is blowing up out of proportions all over the internet. And now we got Jimmy Corsetti, we got Billy Carson, Jay Anderson, and a bunch of other people talking about it. And there are different opinions. Some think this is real, others think this is fake to push some sort of narrative. The question is, if it is real, what is this massive structure? Is it some sort of free energy battery like some think, or is it a lost city that was covered by sand because of some sort of cataclysm that occurred in the past?
Maybe layer 2 or 3 or something like that, then the chamber could be much older.
I think it's because the guy has an accent. You guys are saying the AI thing, and he speaks very, like, he forms his words perfectly. So I think that could be why. I see what you're saying, though.
So perhaps pre-8000 BC, according to...
So we're going to be covering all of this and trying to find out what's really going on right now. And we're going to start with the updates on this bizarre situation. So this is the official press release of the first document, actually, of these finds, with images of the scans, of the SAR scans of what's underground the pyramids. And then, just recently, Billy Carson uploaded an update. This actually is 20 hours ago. More SAR scans under the Giza Plateau reveal hidden vast underground complex. This is the image. This is a little bit better, I guess, so that we understand what we're looking at. And someone made a 3D rendering of this find. So on March 25th, Jay Anderson posted this to Twitter. Do you have any idea how many locked underground entrances are there on the Giza Plateau? They are everywhere. And he shows this video from Trevor Grassi and actually found the original part that showcases this. There are secret tunnels under the Sphinx and around the pyramids, which all prove to carry many secrets of the building of the pyramids. And this was said by Dr. Sahi Hawaz, archaeologist, Egyptologist, and former Minister of Tourism.
I agree, Chad.
Let's take a look at this.
If these tunnels lead to nothing significant, then we could easily have proof of that by seeing video footage going into the extent of the cave, filming all the walls, showing that there are no additional passages or excavatable materials like dirt or sand that could be removed to show more passages. We've never seen any video footage like this. Over the last 2 decades, I've collected a massive body of evidence that suggests the Hall of Records underneath the Giza Plateau is a historically documented fact and not a myth or a legend. On this stele, we see a depiction of what appears to be a chamber or archive underneath the Sphinx itself. And we also find the name of the Sphinx, which is Horam Akhet, which means Horus of the Horizon.
In my previous video, I showed you guys a leaked video of one of these underground entrances that has been blocked underneath the Sphinx. And this would actually suggest that there are underground levels that go way further than we would ever imagine. This, for instance, is the video that I'm talking about.
Here we are going to the Sphinx enclosure, guys. So cool. Oh, we're not going in there today, right? Oh, okay, maybe we are going in there today. This thing is so big. Like, look at how big this is.
And we can touch it.
So they went inside.
What do you see, Adrian? I see that. Need to go over there. No. Okay, so that's a dead end.
So there's about 5 to 6 shafts in the Sphinx, and you can actually find this through this website over here. The shaft that we were looking at right now was shaft D, and as you can see, it wasn't a dead end. It was blocked, maybe because it's dangerous, or maybe because there's something else down there. So the Hall of Records is a legendary concept linked to ancient Egyptian lore. It is believed to be a hidden chamber beneath the Great Pyramid or the Sphinx, containing vast amounts of lost wisdom and knowledge about the ancient civilization. Actually, the story goes that the Atlanteans actually built this Hall of Records.
So we already know there's something under the Sphinx, and we're just gonna keep ignoring it. First-hand accounts, radar scans, and countless historic records have confirmed this time and time again, with many of these suggesting it may be the legendary Hall of Records, and there's a good reason they'd be hiding what's inside.
Wait a minute, so this kind of reminds me of this image from 1882, and this is the Sphinx. It was completely covered in sand. What if the Sphinx, the pyramids, what if there's much more beneath it? What if they dug it, but they didn't dig enough?
Around which time people started to notice the Sphinx was much more than it seemed. Archaeologist and journalist Hamilton M. Wright, who was closely involved with the dig, writes an article about something amazing they found beneath it. Something that he called a subway used by the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago between the second pyramid and the Sphinx. And that from this subway, they dug up many more shafts going down more than 125 feet beneath the sand with, quote, roomy courts and side chambers, all underground. Many more articles in academic journals and international mainstream news about this find came out over the next several years, talking about massive hallways, stone support columns, buildings, and even paintings and carvings on the walls inside these subterranean chambers. Essentially, kind of describing what some consider to be a secret underground city beneath the Sphinx back in the 1930s. Allegedly, even photos were taken of this underground complex when all of a sudden the story fades away and focus instead shifted on all the other tombs. Was it suppressed?
Now, this kind of reminds me of the same story about the Grand Canyon and the Egyptian artifacts that were supposedly found inside a cave in the Grand Canyon in 1909.
Now, I covered that one night on my show about the supposed Egyptian-style artifacts and so on and so forth underneath the Grand Canyon, which blew my mind. Very interesting. So, yeah, that is something that exists, folks, just so you know.
The story was actually published in the Arizona Gazette, and then later on it was dismissed as a joke. Not even 10 years later, the Grand Canyon was considered a national park, and that area where G. Kincaid supposedly found these Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon was completely forbidden. Its access was blocked. Very similar to what we see here happening in the Giza pyramids and the Sphinx.
It wasn't the first time in history that a city under the Sphinx was mentioned. No, people have been talking about this for at least 1,500 years. In the 5th century BC, Greek historian Herodotus wrote the Histories, in which he talked about going to Egypt, where he was shown the legendary labyrinth of Egypt. Herodotus explained this underground complex in incredible detail, claiming that it even connected many of the pyramids together. In fact, his explanation was so detailed that 17th century scholar Athanasius Kircher was even able to recreate the entire map of the labyrinth from his writing.
By now, you're probably asking yourself, why the heck are we talking about the Sphinx if this massive structure that was found, supposedly found, is under the Giza pyramids? Well, this is why.
4th century Syrian philosopher Iamblichus recorded info about a subterranean tunnel system under the Giza plateau that was accessed through the body of the Sphinx. Al-Masudi in the 10th century writes of these same underground tunnels and galleries, guarded by what he claims to be mechanical statues that almost sound like robots.
So Al-Masudi says that these things were guarded by mechanical statues. Would you look at that? Posted on March 26th. What a coincidence, isn't it? A declassified document claims that the Ark of the Covenant, the legendary gold-covered chest said to house the 10 Commandments, was discovered in 1988 through secret tests. And this is the original document that you can actually go to and find in the original website. Training target 209, the Ark of the Covenant. Now, this was first disclosed in this podcast over here, Sunday Cool, 4 months ago.
I thought it was fake until I went on the CIA.gov and found it.
Here we go.
And I was like, what am I looking at? Okay, so we've talked about before Project Stargate.
Yes.
Remember? In 1985, they started a new project called Project Sunstreak, which sounds pretty similar to Stargate, except they did more like obscure things. They had remote viewers within Project Sunstreak that would do drug busts all over the world. And there was one guy who was 50% effective. So he would just sit in a room and they'd give him a map and he's like, they're going to be here, here, here. 50% of the time he was always right. But there was one that I said, this has to be a joke, not a joke. This was a real mission. This was training target 0209 is the Ark of the Covenant.
What?
So the Ark of the Covenant, what the heck does this have to do with the Sphinx and with these massive structures under the Giza pyramids? Well, take a look.
On December 5th, 1988, this one man, for his training exercise, was to find the Ark of the Covenant. This is what he said about the Ark of the Covenant. Target is in a container. This container has another container inside of it. The target is fashioned of wood, gold, and silver. The target is similar in shape to AOL, which I don't know what that means, a coffin, and is decorated with seraphim. See sketch, page 16.
So they're describing it.
Yeah.
Got
so
it.
He's viewing it, and they're writing down.
So he goes on and he describes what he's seeing in his remote viewing, which would be the psychic ability to see things with your mind, things that are very far away. Like in this case, something, I believe, under the pyramids. Now he starts describing this Ark of the Covenant, and in this specific moment, it actually sounds very similar to what Al-Masudi had described with these statues that looked like machines.
Lessons in historical knowledge far beyond what we know. The target, this is the part. The target, being the Ark of the Covenant, is protected by entities. See page 14. And can only be opened by those who are authorized to do so. This container will...
For those of you that aren't familiar, the Ark of the Covenant is based upon, well, it's a the original movie, like Raiders of the Lost Ark, is based upon the Ark of the Covenant, for those of you that may not know what this is.
will not/cannot be open until the time is deemed correct. Once it is time to open the container, the mechanics of the lock system will be found to be fairly simple. Individuals opening the container by prying or striking are destroyed by the container's protectors, see page 17, through the use of a power unknown to us. That is a document.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard.
What do you need explained the best way we can, chat? Sorry that you're lost, my friend. What can I do to try to help, sir? He does look a little bit like Twiz, doesn't he, Scott?
Dude.
Now, this could be a really good reason to why there's a lot of suppressed information when it comes to archaeological finds in ancient history. I mean, maybe there isn't a massive structure beneath the Giza pyramids. Maybe it's just fake information or fake narrative. But the idea that there's something down there is very old. Maybe this information is being suppressed at any cost. So the question is, if there is something down there, is there any proof of such a thing? And well, maybe there is.
So yeah, quite a few notable people throughout history agree there's something big under the sands of Egypt, notably the Sphinx. Bringing us right back to the 1930s when someone named Edgar Cayce reaffirmed these ancient records once again. Cayce was a famed American psychic who predicted many world events like the stock market crash, WW2, the fall of the Soviet Union, and accurately diagnosed patients telepathically.
Edgar Cayce and the Great Pyramids. So if I'm not mistaken, this guy said that the pyramids were actually 10,000 years old and that there were entrances, secret entrances on the right paw of the Sphinx that led to underground levels. And this was like a long time ago. I think it was in the 1930s or something like that. This guy was supposedly a respected psychic, but what happened after that?
In 1978, the Edgar Cayce Foundation launched an excavation project around the Sphinx, where they started to drill beneath it, but were stopped by the Egyptian army. And then guess what happened in the 90s? Egyptologist John Anthony West and geologist Robert Schoch led studies into and around the Sphinx, and their conclusions almost lined up perfectly with Cayce's visions, taking seismic surveys revealing that unexplained tunnels and chambers were found under it, and the water erosion hypothesis suggesting it to be closer to 10,000 years old.
It kind of sounds crazy. 10,000 years ago, that's not the official story. But if you take a look at it, there are pyramids like Gunung Padang, for example, that are considered to be at least 8,000 years old. Some even say 27,000 years old.
There's some interesting features that we look on the geoelectric. There's some kind of chamber below that, like 5 meters down.
Right. Okay, that's really interesting. So obviously that's very old, because if this doesn't relate to layer 1, maybe layer 2 or 3 or something like that, then the chamber could be much older.
Yes.
So perhaps pre-8000 BC. We now know that there's a chamber possibly beneath this that could be pre-8000 BC. It could link in with the entrance into an underworld that exists somewhere beneath this step up from terrace 1 into terrace 2.
It is also said that secret chambers were found underneath Gunung Padang, and once they were found, excavations were halted and stopped by authorities. Even though I didn't find any official sources stating such a thing, I wouldn't be surprised. There's also a very strange video that was sent to me by Pasalo65, and in it he's flying on an airplane, and he captures what appears to be a massive pyramid in between the Gulf of Mexico and Florida. Now, what would a pyramid be doing inside the ocean in between the Gulf of Mexico and Florida? Unless, of course, that area wasn't covered in water thousands or maybe even millions of years ago. There's also this very strange aluminium wedge of Ayud, a most beautifully inconvenient little hunk of metal found 33 feet deep in the ground, cozying up with some good old mastodon bones near Ayud, Romania. Now, this thing was found to be 10,000 years old. Now, the weird part is this is 89% pure aluminium mixed with copper, zinc, lead, and cadmium. It's a deliberate blend, crafted with precision, not something you just drop from.
He's trying to say aluminum, guys, by the way.
From a construction site and forget about it. Doesn't make any sense. These and many other out-of-place artifacts suggest that something happened in the past, at least 10,000 years ago. So there's something really weird about our past. But it's not just the past. Something really weird happened in 1996 when Zahi Hawass decided to do a documentary about the underground levels and secret passageways underneath the Sphinx.
In 1996, Hawass greenlights a project to investigate under the Sphinx after receiving $10 million in funding to do so. It was so big, they even released a teaser trailer for it, showing Hawass going through tunnels under the Sphinx and hyping them up, where he's quoted on record as saying, "We are now inside the Sphinx in this tunnel. This tunnel has never been opened before. No one really knows what's inside this tunnel, but we are going to open it for the first time." Video ends, and over the next few months, Hawass and his team tell the world of a series of previously unknown tunnels that exist under the Sphinx. Reports coming out of drill samples going 100 feet straight down finding red granite, something that geologists confirm does not naturally occur that deep. Ancient Egypt commonly used red granite in their buildings and statues. Could that have been one? Then, out of nowhere, Hawass just scraps the whole project without explaining what they found down there and insists there is nothing under the Sphinx, even getting angry at anyone who questioned it, which really didn't help his case in insisting.
By the way, that Hawass guy is not a very nice person, just so you know. Look him up. He's a bad, bad dude.
There's really nothing down there. But philosophers and historians throughout the centuries all wrote about it. Excavation projects in the 1930s confirmed it. Weston Schock's investigations in the 90s, followed by Hawass's excavations, reconfirmed it. As recently as 2008, the Mataha expedition launched in Egypt using ground-penetrating radar that indicated the presence of grid-like and ordered structures deep beneath the sand, only to be told there's nothing down there and everyone else have been lying and hallucinating for hundreds of years. Even official reports from the 1830s, which conducted earlier excavations in front of the Sphinx, describe passageways that go deep underground, when allegedly an ominous group kinda told them to stop their work. This pattern of discovery suppression is all too common with the Great Sphinx.
And apparently, it's happening again. This massive structure that supposedly exists under the Giza pyramids, well, the topic is being suppressed on Reddit, it's being suppressed on Twitter, and there's hundreds of people shouting out that this is all fake, that it's just a hallucination. And maybe it is. But we'll get to that in just a few minutes.
Legend claims that as Atlantis was flooding over, they realized the importance of preserving their records, all of their accumulated knowledge for future generations. And they even...
I'm not sure yet, chat. I can't give you a clear answer yet. It's truly up to my boss, so we'll see.
Fringier theories claim that Egypt isn't the only place that has one, with mountains and rock formations closely resembling the Sphinx found all over the world. In the Grand Canyon, Colorado, Romania, Pakistan, Guatemala, said to be even older and hence clearly more eroded, but this one might be a stretch, it could just be pareidolia.
Now the main theory here is, if the pyramids and the Sphinx are just the top of a massive structure, what could be hiding beneath it? China did detect plasma bubbles on top of the Giza pyramids using specific radar technology, and this was in 2024. So it's not that long ago that they're finding out that there's something going on with the
Take care, Marty. Thank you so much for joining us, dear, and don't work too hard tonight. We'll see you soon, hopefully.
Giza pyramids, and it might just be some sort of free energy device. If you want to know more about that, you can watch my previous video. Now, why is it that there's a lot of people saying that this crazy find, these structures underneath the Giza pyramids are fake? Now, Jimmy Corsetti makes a really good point. He says, a major red flag involving the alleged pyramid discovery is the omission of the water table beneath the Giza pyramids. Are we going to pretend a massive water table located right at the middle of the studied area wouldn't have a significant impact on the interpreted results of their scan? So apparently when they did this study, they did not mention this water table beneath the Giza pyramid. And it is a fact that Mr. Beast did indeed swim in this water table. There are actual videos of this water table. Follow me. Let's take a look at this.
How deep is it? He's at waist height right now. No. Waist height. Yeah. Is it cold? Cold. No.
Nope.
Are you on the sarcophagus? You see it? Wow, that's so cool, man. You're my hero.
The Sphinx. The Sphinx is hollow, and there are many, many, many tunnels under the Giza Plateau, most of which are not accessible, especially to the general public.
There is underground water, of course, at Giza, but this water is crystal
way.
clear. So where exactly did it come from, and was it intended?
So in this case, Jimmy is questioning the SAR technology that was used to detect these massive structures not being able to detect the water table. At least this is what I understand. But then Matt Simpson replies, the technique is apparently done by picking up micro motions at the surface. They say the energy detected comes from resonating voids in the bedrock, but is projected on the surface above. So he's saying that yes, it's possible that this technology, together with others,
Ange is absolutely right. There is actual document, or there was documented evidence that Tesla studied this and that the pyramids were an ancient power source. Very true.
is capable of penetrating the ground and actually detecting these structures, not detecting the water. There's also this article that was published on March 25th. This was yesterday. Scientists who made Vast City discovery claim it was built by a long-lost civilization. They say, for instance, that it could be 40,000 years old. There are now new images that they captured using SAR technology, such as this one, and you can actually see the pillar here, and this one. Now, in Jared's post, he says, I'm not even claiming that the scientists are right, just that you're wrong for declaring that the work has been debunked. We definitely have a data verification problem. Let's also double check the original authors. Corrado Malunga is a guy who writes this kind of book. Trilogy of Consciousness, Alien or Demon, and that sort of stuff. So this is one of the reasons a lot of people think his ideas are cuckoo. Then you have Armando May, who is a self-trained Egyptologist, and along with Graham Hancock, Robert Scotch, and Andrew Collins, he was a speaker at the International Conference on Ancient Studies in Dubai 2010. And then you got Filippo Biondi. So I couldn't find much on Filippo Biondi besides his original article in 2022 with the SAR technology, and to me it sounds like we are 50-50 here. It could be far-fetched, it could be made up, and it could be somewhat real. For now, I guess we're going to have to wait for it to be peer-reviewed and for a few months to pass so that it can actually be proven that these structures do exist. So let me know in the comments what you think. Do you think that there's possibly a massive structure beneath the Giza pyramids? And what do you think about this crazy theory of the Hall of Records, the Sphinx, and the Giza pyramids? Could it somehow be connected to this crazy find beneath the Giza pyramids? Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe to the channel with notifications, and I'll see you guys after tomorrow. And I'm also going to be uploading a new video on my other channel, so stay tuned.
All right. There's our weird and crazy things in the news segment for today. Appreciate you guys. For those of you that were interested, thank you. For those of you that weren't, my apologies. See what we got here. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Let's see here. Show. 1 second. Thank you, chat. Appreciate that. All right. So now I haven't done it in a couple of days, but we're going to check out some good Samaritans out there in the world, proving that there still are good people and good things going on. It's not all negative, horrible, and horrific stuff happening, folks. So let's check it out. Some of you might want to grab your tissues because we just don't know what they might show us. Jesus, Alicia, that's insanity.
This puppy was the only thing found alive after a fire, so rescuers had to do the impossible, bring him back to life. Bill Connor decided to make a 3,220-kilometer healing journey to honor his daughter who had drowned, but his ultimate goal was even greater, to hear the beating of her donated heart inside another person. Because of his disability, this guy will never lead a normal life, but his dream was to ride in a Lamborghini, and blogger Andy Popescu was able to make that dream come true. Just a few steps before the finish line, an exhausted athlete loses control of his body, which his opponents quickly take advantage of. All except one. A visit from Neymar himself was the greatest thing to ever happen to this seriously ill boy. He asked his idol for just one thing, to do his dance when he scores his next goal, and Neymar did it. A mom couldn't stop her little baby from throwing a tantrum, so the whole restaurant decided to play along with the baby to console him. Apparently, it's his favorite game now. At just 15, Coco has already become a hero by saying goodbye to sarcoma after many rounds of chemotherapy. Look at the welcome home parade that her friends arranged in her honor. Literally, in a matter of months, an incurable disease made Tony Gibson forget everyone and everything, even his own wife. But the love with which she sings his favorite song causes Tony to remember for a second. For this fan, every match is special because he gets to help his deaf and blind friend enjoy the game like everyone else. This elderly man uses the last of his strength to bring water to someone who can never repay him. Because of her disease, it's difficult for this little girl to live a normal life, but her classmates are doing everything they can to make sure she feels included in playtime. If these kids are the future, I think we're going to be all right. Every day, a street cleaner watched car owners struggle with the realities of winter. So on this particularly snowy morning, he decided to make their day. This employee gets paid to stand at the cash register, but he doesn't hesitate to abandon his post at the sight of a hungry man in need. A passenger vehicle stalled out in the middle of a flooded street, but a truck driver with an incredibly kind heart came to the rescue. When a police officer sees this little boy driving a toy car, he decides to play along with him in the cutest way ever.
Thank you for being very good, all right, and listening to your mom and dad, okay? So you get a get out of jail free card, all right? Bye. You're nuts.
And just so you know, cops can even turn into wizards when a little girl needs them to. As it was the only way to lead drivers safely through a very hard section of road in zero visibility. This woman had always dreamed of having a doll when she was a child, but her family was too poor. Well, her friends decided that it was never too late to make a childhood dream come true.
No me llores, Cucú. Yo nunca en mi vida tuve una muñeca. Un aplauso, un aplauso.
This woman had to shave her head because of cancer. To support her, all her family members did the same thing right after her. With this kind of crew behind her, she's sure to win the battle ahead. To the soccer player, this is just a useless, deflated ball. But for this girl, it is the greatest gift in the world. This special moment will stay with her forever. All this Buddy wanted for his birthday was to go to a game and find some friends among the fans of his favorite team.
It's your birthday? It's your birthday?
But the local marching band decided that he deserved so much more. This poor thing couldn't climb the stairs and was about to lose his mama forever. But this guy was like, not on my watch. Oh God, he's doomed. Just look how this guy got stuck on a zip line right above the icy water, and everyone just laughs at him instead of helping, like it's his fault. All but one person. These football players have decided to share their victory with a random guy from the crowd as if he had scored the winning goal. Maybe they haven't changed the world, but they definitely changed this man's world.
Oh my God!
John Cena has changed the lives of hundreds of people by teaching them to never give up. He's received so many letters of gratitude that he just can't hold back his tears. He doesn't know that all these people are right behind the wall in front of him.
Thank you for everything you've done.
Stop. His kind heart brought him the most valuable trophy of his life. Because of the pandemic, no one came to this sweet girl's birthday. And then the whole street decided to congratulate her.
Happy birthday to you.
This man saw a delivery guy with a flat tire and found out that he really needed to deliver an order to keep his job. So he just gave him his moped without even asking for his phone number. After all, he was a delivery man himself and knew that this guy could be trusted. A couple's bike stalled out in the middle of a busy street, and this man could have just driven by like everyone else, but something made him come back. Look, he's pushing him along with his foot, and it's working.
ये ऑटोमोबाइल्स लिखा तो हुआ है हो जाएगा वर्कशॉप है भैया खुला हुआ है.
Some people have never seen the world in color, just like this man, so his friend decided to give him glasses to fix that.
Go take a look at Big Red over there.
This is what y'all.
His reaction is priceless. This unfortunate handicapped homeless man couldn't stand up because his crutch was broken and no one even tried to help him. But then this man shows up and brings him new crutches as a gift. I just can't watch the poor guy bowing in gratitude. These guys have been friends their whole lives, and finally, they found a way to make their friend never feel restricted by his wheelchair again.
Are you kidding me?
They installed an elevator in the house.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
This brave police dog was wounded in action, and now he's greeted as a hero by all of his colleagues. And I mean absolutely all of them. Good boy still doesn't know what's waiting for him at home. We wish him a speedy recovery, too. This woman asked her husband to shave her head because of her cancer and decided to smile her way through it. But the husband knew how hard this was for her to fight alone, so he decided to support the love of his life in a very touching way. Now This is true love. Watch as this whole squad of policemen creates a human chain just to rescue a stray dog that fell into a canal. This athlete was completely exhausted and about to give up, but these two men wouldn't let her do that and did everything they could to get her to the finish line to claim her well-earned prize.
Former Boston Pride player Dana Lang just finished and
An earthquake caused this killer whale to become trapped, and it would have died by nightfall had people not come to the rescue.
oh, okay.
They passed water in buckets along a human chain for hours until the wildlife service arrived. Watch as hundreds of people on a square in Hong Kong step back to clear the way for a fire engine and saved someone's life for sure. This woman sees 3 dogs in the middle of a busy road and is terrified because the lights turn green and she may not be able to save the dogs in time without help. Here is a great example of how the true measure of a person is how they treat those who can do nothing for them. This man is living his nightmare as his leg becomes stuck between the platform and the train. The station employees were unable to do anything, and then all the passengers got out of their seats to help the poor fella. They moved a whole carriage, which weighed 33 tons. We've come to the end of our good stories, but not the end of your good deeds.
All right, folks, there you go. A little bit of hope left in humanity. There's still some great stuff going on out there. Great people. And amazing things. Super good to see that stuff, guys. We see so much bad stuff every single day. We live it. We live these things, horrible things in our lives. To be able to see that there's still hope out there is why I show that on a regular basis. So, 1 minute here. Let's see what we got to get us out of here. That train story is insane. That's amazing. Let's see if we can get out of here with a couple laughs before we go. And make sure you guys leave here with a smile on your face, at least. At the very least. Let me see something here. All right, let's check out some weekly fails. These are always usually pretty good for a laugh or two. Let's see what we got.
Oh, wait.
Enjoy your pizza, Chet. I hope it's the best pizza you have had ever. And thank you for joining us today.
Oh, sorry.
What's up, Tech Deck? Good to see you, brother.
It's so. Ah.
Oop. Oh, that hurt.
Oh, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Good?
You all right?
No, relax.
Sounds like a plan, brother. Enjoy it.
If she paddled?
Where are you getting it from, sir?
Max knows you, Mom.
Give yourself a little bit more slack. Just right there. Can you slide one foot down? Don't hang on to the hardware. Okay, now move your feet now. Oh. You all right? Yeah. Okay.
Really, dude? Seriously.
Yeah, it's a fucking dog, bro.
Dude.
Oh, he should be in the
So you do this and hop on the side. So close.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I don't ever get notifications, dude. I'll do my best. What time is it? I'm subscribed, but I don't ever get notifications.
That was a nice stretch.
I've been there before.
Can you place that ring on Logan's finger and say, with this ring, I thee wed? With this ring, I thee wed. Well, by the power invested in me by all of you people, I pronounce them husband and wife.
I did turn the notifications on when I subscribed to them. I always do. I've been to I think I followed the replay on top of them. Oops. Damn.
Oh, Ricky.
Ah, mother. Yeah, what the? Dude! What the? What the?
Fake! It's fake! It's fake!
Dude! Are you serious?
És pont azért, hogy mindenki számára
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Ah! What? Oh, oopsie. I'm so glad. Milk. Go! Well, you gotta go, girl. You gotta go slow. Go slow. Go slow. Oh.
Seriously?
going on. I have on my favorite.
All right.
God.
Oh my. Dude, are you okay?
He got knocked out of a shoe.
Oh my god, dude. What? Ça va ou quoi?
Oh, somebody's not gonna be happy. That was smart. Oh shit. How?
Give it! That went way better in my head. Holy that worked way better in my head.
That sucked.
Holy. He just put air in it.
Oh, bud. Time for a new tire.
Look at the size of that bubble on top.
Explode.
I know. But I gotta fill it. What the gonna do?
You got enough air to get to the tire shop. Holy.
Actually been looking pretty good.
I'm gonna just let him smell it and throw it down.
Gonna smell it, then throw it down?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here it comes.
Sam, wake up, quick, Sam, wake up, wake up, get off me.
Ouch.
Is it next? How long you go for?
Yeah, half of it. And then cut here, and then take this
Oh
piece
wow,
and
that's a beautiful
bend it.
car.
But then now I'm looking
Nice.
at this, I'm worried about it being this. Right, so
You just file it like this. Oh my god!
How you doing that thing?
Wow. Oh. Been there, done that before.
Oh, look, another big one. Holy
Oh. Oh, hell. Nope. Nope.
Stop playing with me. We really are this, bro.
Nice fish. That alligator
Let's
wanted
get
it,
it, bro.
though. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Oh, hell no. Ow. Oh my God. Are you insane, dude? Oh, wow. That was smart.
Vale, verga, loco, prende el aire.
In your car.
Gato, güey.
What have you got in your car, bud?
It is, yeah. If he doesn't try to force me open it.
Hey, bro.
Let me get in the car so I can make a noise and try to say some more
stuff out now.
He's an
Oh, it's the eggs falling down there.
Hey. Yeah.
Hold it up like it was a toy.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing? Really? Just let go. Did they really pass up the house? Okay. Oops. Oops.
Bye. Bye. Ooh, you
Go.
Go, baby, go.
What about Judy?
He goes next. It's okay.
That's 11.
All right. She knew where she was going. That's what you get for doing it in the house.
Colocado nos 5 quilômetros. Vem aqui comigo, corredor. Vem aqui.
Bora, Jackson!
Vem aqui, ó. Salve a família! Primeiro colocado de 87.
Oh. Aw.
Min tant!
Oh.
Oh my god! Min tant! Ah! Oh my god! Min tant!
That sucks. All right, guys. That's going to do it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate you very much. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I don't know for sure if you'll see me later or not. It's Friday. My granddaughter's here and the wife is home. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. If not, I will see you tomorrow. And if so, I'll see you later on somewhere in his crazy YouTube streets. Thank you guys once again for joining us. Like I said, don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all very soon. Thank you, Blue Crew, for everything you do, as always. God bless. Thank you, Sarge and Kiki, for joining us today on panel. Great conversations, guys. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more.